I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something encourages them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this morning. Let's see what's making the headlines today. Nigeria's crude output hits 1.5 million barrels per day in July, exceeds OPEC quota for second month. Cooking gas prices hit Nigerians hard for fifth straight month. EFCC fires back at ADC over allegations of politically motivated probes. Trump to speak to Zelensky before Putin summit in Alaska, White House says. Alexander Isak pushes for Liverpool move amid Newcastle's £150 million demand. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the country's crude oil production averaged 1.507 million barrels per day in July 2025, exceeding its Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries quota for the second straight month. According to the OPEC reports, the figures were based on direct communication with Nigerian authorities. The organization reportedly compiles the output data from two main sources, including official submissions from member states and independent assessment by global energy intelligence agencies. July's output, however, showed a marginal uptick from 1.505 million barrels per day recorded in June, cementing Nigeria's position as Africa's leading oil producer, well ahead of Algeria, which pumped 937,000 barrels per day over the same period. Moving on, the price of cooking gas has surged for the fifth month in a row as Nigerian households continue to feel the pain, leaving many struggling to afford what has become a basic necessity in daily life. According to the latest report from the National Bureau of Statistics, the average cost of refilling a 5 kg cylinder of liquefied petroleum gas rose by 1.92% in June 2025 to 8,323.95 naira, up from 8,167.43 naira in May. While the monthly increase seems marginal, the year-on-year jump is far more daunting, with a 19.49% spike from 6,966.03 naira recorded in June 2024. State-by-state breakdown shows significant price disparities, with Delta State leading with the highest average fuel price for a 5 kilogram cylinder at 9,243.38 naira, followed closely by Cross River and Rivers. Still on, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has dismissed accusations by the African Democratic Congress that it is corruption investigations to target opposition figures, describing the claims as self-serving, diversionary, narrow, and idle. In a statement issued on Tuesday by the Commission's head of media and publicity, Dele Oyewale, the anti-graft agency revealed that its operations are guided strictly by statutory mandate and not political affiliations. The Commission's response followed an ADC statement alleging that members of an opposition coalition had received EFCC summons that were clearly politically motivated and based on old cases reopened to intimidate key political rivals. EFCC boss Ola Olukayode emphasized that the agency does not operate on partisan lines, pointing out that it has investigated and prosecuted both past and serving governors and ministers from the ruling party as well as opposition figures. To end the local news, President Bola Tinubu has appointed Chisom Obi to the Governing Council of Alex Ekwueme Federal University, Ndufe Alike, Ebonyi State, following the death of a council member. The president also appointed Ralph Akinfeleye, a renowned communication specialist, to the Governing Council of Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife, Osun State. Professor Akinfeleye is the former head of the Department of Mass Communication at the University of Lagos and the chairman of the Center of Excellence in Multimedia and Cinematography at Unilag Radio 103.1 FM and television. Formerly a member of the Governing Council of Yakubu Gowon University of Abuja, Akinfeleye replaces Wahab Wokoniran, who was appointed Pro-Chancellor and Chairman, Federal University of Transport, Daura, Katsina State. And on the foreign scene, the U.S. has confirmed that President Donald Trump will hold virtual talks with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky today. According to reports, the call will come 2 days before Trump meets Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska on Friday for what the White House described to be a one-on-one talk. The White House describes the Putin meeting as a listening exercise for Trump, as the United States wants to lower expectations. Zelensky revealed that the Alaska summit is a personal victory for Putin, while the White House says Trump could travel to Russia for further talks. And also, Gaza City has come under intense air attacks as Israeli forces prepare to occupy the city. Mahmoud Basal, a spokesman, revealed that the residential areas of Zaytun and Sabra had for 3 days been hit by bombs and drone strikes, causing massive destruction to civilian homes, with residents unable to recover the dead and injured. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom, EU, Australia, Canada, and Japan issued a statement saying famine is unfolding, urging action to reverse starvation. The countries, however, demanded immediate, permanent, and concrete steps to facilitate the entry of aid to Gaza, as Israel denies there is starvation in Gaza. And now to sports. Newcastle United striker Alexander Isak is reportedly not willing to play for the Magpies, with Sweden international determined to join Premier League champions Liverpool before the transfer window closes on September 1. According to reports, the 24-year-old, who was Newcastle's top scorer last season, has been a long-term target for the Reds. Liverpool saw a £110 million bid rejected on August 1st as the club initially signaled they were prepared to walk away. Newcastle manager Eddie Howe admitted after a pre-season defeat to Atletico Madrid that everything is in play regarding Isak's future, stressing that it was clear it could not involve the forward in his current plans. Or to end the news, Everton has completed the signing of Jack Grealish on a season-long loan from Manchester City. The 29-year-old becomes Everton's sixth signing of the summer following the arrivals of Kenan Drisbury-Hall, Charlie Alcaraz, Thierry Barry, Mark Travers and Adam Asno. Grealish says talks with Toffee's manager David Moyes was decisive in him choosing to move to the Hill Dickinson Stadium. The England playmaker joined City from Aston Villa for what was a British record fee of 400 million euros in August 2021 and has made more than 150 appearances for the club, winning 3 Premier League titles, the Champions League and the FA Cup. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the News Bureau Review. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business decisions. Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello viewers and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obonna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 13th.
On this day in 1987, the New York Times celebrated the 5th birthday of the new bull market. Also on this day, the Dow Jones Industrial Average reached above 2,700 for the first time on heavy trading. The markets were on a tear and the Dow was up to 42% year to date. And on this day in 1998, Russia's financial crisis reached its zenith. As Russia struggled economically, it put capital controls on the ruble, attempting to limit the currency's decline. The country's stock market fell 6% on the news and was down 75% year to date. Short-term interest rates in Russia were at 200% at the time. The panic caused was hurting one hedge fund in particular, Long-Term Capital Management, who had $3.6 billion in assets leveraged at 25-1, much of which was used to bet heavily on Russian bonds. Russia would default on its bonds 4 days later. All equity in Long-Term Capital Management will evaporate in the next 5 weeks. Long-Term Capital Management LP, also known as LTCM, was a highly leveraged hedge fund that had required a $3.6 billion bailout in 1998, arranged by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and founded by the consortium of 14 major banks. Founded in 1994 by John Merriweather, former vice president and head of bond trading at Salomon Brothers, LTCM's board included prominent economists Myron Scholes and Robert C. Merton, who jointly won the 1997 Nobel Prize in Economics for their work on the Black-Scholes model. The fund initially performed exceptionally well, posting annualized returns of 21% in its first year, 43% in its second, and 41% in its third. However, in 1998, the fund suffered catastrophic losses of $4.6 billion in under 4 months. These losses were triggered by LTCM's aggressive use of leverage and its exposure to global market turmoil, especially the 1998 Russian financial crisis. As a result, the fund's flagship vehicle, Long-Term Capital Portfolio LP, collapsed. On September 23rd of 1998, 14 financial institutions agreed to a $3.65 billion recapitalization plan under the oversight of the Federal Reserve to contain the fallout. Ultimately, LTCM was liquidated and was fully dissolved by early 2000. LTCM's primary investment strategy centered on identifying a pair of bonds that historically managed a stable price spread. When this spread widened beyond typical levels, the firm would place trades expecting the prices to converge again, profiting from the return to equilibrium. Known as convergence trading, this approach relied on complex quantitative models to detect small deviations from fair value across a wide range of highly liquid securities. These strategies were applied not only across countries but also between different asset classes, often using methods similar to the Fed model. In the fixed income space, LTCM was highly involved in US Treasuries, Japanese government bonds, UK glitz, Italian BTPs, and Latin American debts. However, their activities extended beyond government bonds and were not confined to specific markets. To enhance returns on small pricing inefficiencies, the firm employed high leverage. At its peak, LTCM was widely regarded as the brightest star on Wall Street, praised for its sophisticated methods and the academic distinction of its founding partners.
And that's how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the newspaper review segment where we see some of the stories making the rounds on the front pages of the papers. Of course, I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing it alongside our analyst today, the very Valentine Onyeka. Thank you for being on the show this morning.
Very present, right?
Very present. Happy Wednesday. We're finally getting. There's some Wednesdays that Wednesday.
Like the boys' quarter to Friday.
It's hump day. I think it's Wednesday they call hump day.
Back in days, we say Women's Wednesday, where you celebrate
women's crush. Women's crush.
Wednesday.
Yes.
Okay.
But states, we're not doing all those things that much anymore. But we still recognize it. So we can still recognize the women.
There's a story in the paper that centralizes about the woman. I can't wait to get there.
Okay, what story is that? Okay, let's start off with the paper this morning. Starting off with the Punch paper this morning. The big story in the Punch paper today says health sector crisis persists despite 5.4 trillion naira World Bank loans. It says 11 major projects gulped $3.527 billion in 9 years, as global lender expected to approve additional $250 million loan in September. Now, on the top left-hand side of the Punch paper still, it says Borno villagers sleep on Cameroon streets and schools because of Boko Haram. On page 2, it says EFCC targeting David Mark after Tambuwal Iedira. This is according to ADC. And on page 10, it says federal government drops 60 billion naira fraud charges against ex-AMCON MD. On page 29, NBA others condemn Ibom Air over female passengers assault. There was really no reason to assault her in that way. And on page 2, it says police probe Kwamwan over Abuja airport misconduct. Looks like this is the time for the airport people. They've just been in the news. Maybe we move from air to land. So we don't go to DC. Then on page 4 and 5, it says 30,000 naira car race. 30,000 naira car race bet leaves 5 dead in Ogun State. That's to tell you about the level of poverty we're going through. If 30,000 naira can put people on a bet.
Not even considering if the road is even
car bet of 30,000. I'm still trying to process it. But let's start with the center story, the health sector crisis. You know, we've been, for the longest time now, we've been on this health sector crisis. And to think that we've gotten 5.4 trillion, not even billion, 5.4 trillion naira World Bank loans, and we're still going through a crisis. Let me let you speak.
So I hate to say it, but I will say it, but that's why we're here. If we don't talk about it, we will. And in talking about it, we also gear towards how this is dealing with our economy. But first and foremost, 5.4 trillion naira World Bank. We haven't woken up yet to understand that it is a snare, it's a trap. When they borrow you money, they are not hoping that you pay. In fact, they are praying that you don't pay the money. Why? It's because the more you are indebted to these people, World Bank and IMF, the more, and this is a fact, the more they have a hold on you, they can dictate where and what to do in your own country without even you knowing it, subliminally, right? Now, this amount of money being put into the healthcare, I'll tell you categorically, maybe it's not even up to half of the money. My worry is, even if half is put into healthcare, at least for what is worth, we will not see all our young doctors and nurses running away, Japa syndrome, to Canada and other countries because they need to, up their welfare. Because it's all about money, really. It's not because they want to go and enjoy the cold weather. It's because they'll get paid there more. And so if we have injected this amount of money that we borrow from the World Bank, believe it or not, truth be told, those who are supposed to be the beneficiary of this money, isn't EFCC looking at them? What is EFCC doing? Yes, I know there's a story that's going to come up about EFCC, looking at other people like David Markham. But the question is, if this amount of money has been spent, and yet we're still worried about doctors not being paid salary, we're still worried about not having enough emergency stations to deal with crisis when it comes up. And we're still worried about ambulances not being able to reach, some strategic places because it is either lack of transportation or not even existing at all. Then there's a big lacuna. And to say that the lacuna is just to soft pedal it, really. 5.4 trillion. I mentioned something. I said that, look, it's a snare, it's a hook because they don't want you to even pay. Not that they don't want you to pay back. They're praying that you don't pay back so they can keep on having a hold on you. The bottom line, someone doesn't want our health sector to work properly.
Who is the someone?
I wish we knew. Because this amount of money is too much. So meaning to say that if money is being given for the healthcare and it's not being sorted out, and they're still giving you money, shouldn't you be worried? Shouldn't you think that there's some cahoots somewhere, right? Conniving with these World Bank people, conniving with this IMF, saying, keep giving them money. After it's just paper. They can always print another one. The dollar is the more or less, quote and unquote, world reserve, I won't say world reserve currency, but the currency that most countries deal in, even though BRICS is about to knock them off. That's why Donald Trump is running helter-skelter, throwing tariffs back and forth. However, if I even go too globally, back locally here, if this amount of money has been spent over the course of what period? Is it 2, 3, 4, 10 years? Even if 1 trillion is spent in 5 years, we should see not just an impact. We should be able to record major change in the health sector, such a way that we will not even hear one protest. Doctor want to go on strike. Nurses want to go on strike. Or there's an emergency. Someone just has small headache, goes to the hospital, and there's no light. They need to perform a quick surgery. Oh, we don't have 1 or 2 things. What are we talking about here? They say Nigeria. Nigeria is not bad. The people who are bad are just few eggs. Let's fish them out. Those who are cornering this money, those who are diverting the funds, get them out there. The problem I think we have is we're too sentimental in this country. Emotions is just too much. The man who is in charge of pulling out the funds will realize the man who is supposed to use the funds to do what he needs to do, sort out the issue for what the funds are meant for, right? We'll realize, wait a minute, this guy has spent this money. What do I do? Do I go and report him? Oh, he's my brother. Oh, he's my sister. What rubbish is that? Keep that whole sentiment aside and let us focus on the major issue. Push Nigeria forward. Let sectors work. Let health sector work. Let the security personnel do their job. Let the money that is designated for that area be put in those areas. Let us see some impact. 5.4 trillion naira. I know it wasn't given in a bulk sum. It was over time. It was a lot of money. And let our leaders ask a good question. Just ask yourself a question. Why are they quick to borrow us money when we ask for that money? Don't you think there's something going on there?
Well, it's the World Bank. I can't say anything is going on. I think they're just doing their job. Doctors, they are meant to treat. So same as the World Bank. So
the only way someone will go and borrow money from you is if your own system is not working. And believe it or not, if I know that I borrow you money and you come back and pay with interest, or you're giving me natural resources as payment back, or giving back as the money I give to you, I know I'm going to gain. So I'll find ways to discredit those sectors. I must find ways to make sure that those sectors of yours, those parastatals of yours, don't work efficiently, even if they're working very hard. Even if the health sector is working very hard and they're doing what they need to do, they will come up with some indices from some different country, from somewhere, and say, out of the top 10 most, quote and unquote, most ineffective country when it comes to healthcare, they'll just add your country there. So just startle you. And when they do that, what happens is that you begin to run helter-skelter. Okay, what do we do? Say, listen, for you to make sure this thing comes down, why not just go put more money and fix your health sector, or fix that? We all know what's going on, but unfortunately, no one can hold anyone accountable.
Right.
Now, it's alleged that most of the money doesn't get to where it's supposed to get to. We are not there. We don't know if the money goes to which bank or whatever. But if this amount of money has been spent, it's our job to ask questions. And the question is simple. Why are we still seeing doctors go on strike, nurses go on strike, epileptic, healthcare services. Why? This amount of money has been spent. Which means those who are borrowing us are happy to borrow us so that we can keep on paying for the rest of our lives. Right? And those who are in leadership, you see that they don't see it clearly. Recently, the former president of our wonderful country passed on in the hospital abroad. If our health sector was working, maybe he'll be home here with us. Well, I don't know if maybe it was his time or whichever it is, but what is worth, right? Let us stop packing all our money, going to furnish other countries because we need to get some quick healthcare check and every other thing. We can invest in this country. So if this amount of money has been given, have we invested in those areas to make sure that we don't have to, quote and unquote, create what we call healthcare tourism for some certain nations? And believe it or not, the more we go there, take our money, go there for healthcare and checks and everything. We are sending our money over there.
Absolutely.
You're
right. You're actually very right. But let's see this other story on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. It says Boko Haram scare. Borno villagers flee and sleep on Cameroon streets and schools because of Boko Haram scare. And I think, for me, I'm a little bit taken aback by this entire Boko Haram thing because we've been on it for the longest time. So to still see that, the villagers, let's not talk about the number of lives which have been lost and the number of dreams which have died and been buried because of this Boko Haram situation, and, homeless people, jobs that have been taken away because now people are scared to even do the things. It has just changed the daily lives of these people that live in Borno State. So, when I see this Boko Haram issue, I'm really, really taken aback, seeing that Borno villagers are fleeing and sleeping on Cameroon streets.
Again, it's appalling, and it is, I wouldn't use the word unheard of, but it's just so inhumane to see that in our present time now, we are still talking about this issue when billions and billions have been spent in the past. At some point, I remember then, they said Boko Haram has been defeated but not eradicated. That was more than 5-6 years ago. So the question is this: who's lying to us? Is someone telling us the truth? Is this Boko Haram thing, has it become a business? If it is a business, are some people gaining from it? Now, you can imagine that these people who can't live in their homes any longer because of the level of insecurity. Imagine if a foreign media comes and interviews them, which they've been doing. I mean, we're in the media industry. All the world, what they will have to say is gory stories and gory, terrible things. Now, unfortunately, it is demarketing Nigeria. And we say we don't see it. Believe it or not, our security forces, the army, the police, the navy, and the air force, they are more than equipped, more than trained to deal with Boko Haram and not just defeat them, eradicate them totally. Like we always said, we've always said on the show, allow them to do their work. Let politicians don't put their hands in this matter. Unfortunately, that's what's happening. So it now looks as if, look, every now and then we'll come to the show, we look at the papers, okay, so people have been, or so amount of people have died, another number, another statistics. It's not normal. It shouldn't be something that we should see as it being norm of the day. We are in a nation that is rich, blessed, right? We have our personnel well trained, maybe not well paid, but they are willing to do the job. So if EFCC can go out and get our monies from all those former politicians who were in leadership roles before, get them, hold them to account, get our monies, put that money in our security agents, pay them well, pay the army well, put in money there so they boost their morale. I bet you Boko Haram will be a thing of the past. Politicians, remove your hand, let them do their work. Because these people, whether or not you like it, right? When foreign investment wants to come to Nigeria, they will think about insecurity. They will think about the activities of Boko Haram, how that area of the north is so, or middle belt is becoming, unlivable, use that kind of word. And like I said, when foreign nationals and foreign media come to interview those people and they do documentaries on them, because we're into those kind of documentaries, and then you watch it as media people that we are, we wonder, the other day we were watching one, right? You wonder, is it that we don't have good stories in Nigeria? right? It is giving them content, right, at the expense of Nigeria.
Yeah.
How is that affecting us, our business and economy? Of course, less investment, okay? The GDP will not mark up any longer.
Right.
Jobs will be lost. People who have just been put under a lot of strain to maintain their jobs. So mental health will begin to kick in. All this because we cannot fight Boko Haram. Because the amount of minerals in that area is huge. There are a lot of foreign investment that can come in, partner with Nigeria, partner with the federal government, and begin to, create great jobs. But insecurity in that area is not allowing them to do that. Farmers are not going to farms. That's why over here in Lagos, food crisis is becoming an issue. In other words, food prices is hiking up. When last did you go to the market?
Saturday.
So good enough. The cost of whatever you bought on Saturday compared to 6 months ago, totally different. Why? Farmers are not farming. They are worried about headsmen. They're worried about bandits. They're worried about Boko Haram.
Prices have certainly gone up, actually, in the market.
So it's a big issue.
You buy a bowl of pepper and then they tell you, I always tell my customers, I tell them, now every day this price they go.
Every day. And what goes up never comes down in this country.
Exactly. What goes up never comes down. But anyway, let's move to page 2 and talk about this aviation issues, these airline issues, not aviation per se. Now, police is probing Kwam 1 over Abuja airport misconduct. Firstly, what were your initial thoughts when you saw the whole Kwam 1 and the airline issue?
Again, I want to stick with the latter, which is I saw a video where he apologized, where he came out as kind of like damage control.
But is an apology enough?
So to err is human, right? To forgive is divine, isn't it? So I would say, let us approach it from the angle of he saw the mistake, he acknowledged his mistake, he was man enough, and I respect him for that. To say, look, I'm sorry for doing this. It was just a spur of the moment. Anyone can have some embarrassing moment. Look, all our leaders, one way or the other, not all, but some prominent leaders around the world have had their own issues too. And not all of them have had the ability to step down their ego and apologize. But this man is an entertainer. And he apologized, look, that this is not him normally, but he was in some kind of issue going on with him. And so he apologized, and it was all over there. So I was thinking that we could use his apology. Maybe the agents could use his apology, so let us just let it slide. But here comes this issue of this young lady now. And so they're now saying, if maybe that could be the case, if she could be prosecuted and then, remanded in Kirikiri, no sacred cow now. Let us now see what Kwam 1 did. So I mean, I'm about to enter the other story now that I know we're going to get into.
Yeah, we're definitely going to
get it. But give and take, like they say, no excuse to break the law. If you break the law, you must face the wrath of the law. However, let's see how that unfolds. If he has a strong lawyer, everything boils down to see you in court. I keep telling people, look, do not be quick to judge. Your social media judgment has no business with the real, judgment in court.
Absolutely.
You see someone who you think this guy is guilty, this person should be dealt with. When lawyers sit down, the way they reason is not the way all our Gen Z's reason on social media. They look at the situation, look at it critically from the eye of matured, legal conversation, which is why you hear them tell you, my learned colleague, my learned this, because they are assuming that, look, keep emotions aside, let your facts and your evidence prove you either guilty or innocent. So, and like they say, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. So let them have his own day in court, unless, if at all they would to get to that length.
All right, and speaking of having their own day in court, let's look at what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning.
Right, so interesting. We start from the top. I won't deny Tinubu, we have been friends for 22 years, says Soludo. The other one here says 16 inmates attack warders, breach Kefi prison, 7 rearrested. Sounds like a conspiracy. The major line here, major headlines, says Ibom Air fracas. Like we all know, Comfort begins life at Kirikiri. Almost as if she comfort is saving life, but that's not the case. It says comfort begins life at Kirikiri. How many years?
What an headline.
The headline kind
I
of
think they're
misleading.
she's just cooling off for now, but
Something like that. And then it says
cooling off in Kirikiri. That's
NBA wades in. Same issue, really. Says here, as witness explain what triggered the rage, NBA condemns lifetime ban on passenger, pledges legal support. I'm not surprised, really, because I mean she's a human being. She deserves to be heard, have her own, day in court. Alleges breach of her fundamental rights. Most definitely calls for independent probe. Disagrees with IBOM Air, AON, NCAA on no-fly live ban. Then, of course, Palm 1. We spoke about Palm 1, didn't we? And Comfort's case party, and then everything goes on and on. Then the other one here says, Atiku, ADC condemn Tambuwal's arrest, says EFCC. Now,
a political tool. There's some sense in that.
I mean, look at it now. If you say Tambuwal's arrest, it should be something to talk about. I thought Tambuwal's issue was a thing of the past. But again, in politics, no permanent friend, no permanent enemy. Especially when the EFCC see that, look, there's an issue we can deal with here. They will weigh in. No sacred cow, Abi. Then NSDC seals deal with 4 new operators to produce 400,000 MT of sugar annually. I hate to say it, but I don't take sugar for a lot of reasons. So
that's good
for some people. But again, sugar is used for a lot of other things.
No, but then there's sugar in everything we eat. So like the nutritionists will always tell you that there's really no point taking sugar, but sugar is in every single thing that we eat at the end of the day.
Glucose.
So it's just that artificial sugar we're taking is really unnecessary.
You sound like a doctor. What's going on here? All right. So it says Shawara leads protest to NYSC headquarters over unjust treatment of corps members. I beg your pardon. That's a lady, Ugwamaye. Is that not her?
Ushe.
Yeah, Ushe, the one we're talking about yesterday, I think so. And VP Shetima to investors. It's time to invest in Nigeria. Have you dealt with insecurity first? Let us not put the cart before the horse. Let's put the horse before the cart. Because investors will first think, wait a minute, if I'm bringing this X amount of money into this country, am I sure some regulator, because it doesn't like my face or doesn't like the way I talk, now come speak one long grammar and then quote something that obviously has not been passed in the bill or is not even on the court of law? Most of those foreigners might not necessarily know what's obtainable. All they know is Nigeria is a big market. Lagos is a big market. Abuja is a big market. Kaduna is a big market. So they see these things and they think, big market, let's come and invest. But when they go on YouTube and see all those gory stories, how do you think they will believe Shetima? I'm just saying. So I think what we need to do, rather my opinion would be, let us market Nigeria well before we begin to present the great opportunity that Nigeria has. Mind you, there's one thing people don't know. It's one thing preparing for an opportunity that never comes. Now, having an opportunity you're not prepared for, that's been more deadly. I will explain. Now we're talking about investors come and invest in Nigeria. Have we dealt with those insecurity? Have we dealt with issues that will enable them not come here and say, oh, wow, if something costs 2 naira after production and it's supposed to go to the market because of the difficult way of producing, let us make it 500 naira. Who suffers? Common man will suffer. I bet you don't know this. Most of the things that you buy, you think is normal now because you can afford it. Because you have a good job. Yeah, you can afford those little things. They're actually 1/10 of the price. And so, if you look at all this kind of those stuff that we use, that's 1/10 of the price in different countries. You actually say, why is it like that?
It's quite interesting because yesterday I was in the way, and then the Uber driver was talking about, I think I'd offered him a snack, and then he had mentioned that he didn't want this, he couldn't take the snack now because he would have to drink water. I was curious, and I said to him, what do you mean by you have to drink? What's the problem with drinking water? He said water is now expensive. And I'm like, And I told him, what water is just 200 naira. He said, it's not just 200 naira. That's the point. Then he said, in Ikorodu where I'm coming from, 200 naira, it's a lot of money, like 200 naira. So then I was, and you know, sometimes you just think, just like you said, you just think some things are normal. But then, really, 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 if you look at it really and truly on the street, maybe it's actually ridiculous, because it was really sharing and lamenting. And then we now started talking about, then it had to become a health conversation. So then I said to him, so then are people not drinking water then, like sachet water? I said even sachet water is an end, because it's now like 50 naira. So he says that no one is drinking sachet water, and where it's coming from, that they're all drinking boiled water. So I said, is that it? Wow. So I said, and you boil it? He said, no.
On boiled
so
water?
So he said there's no boiling anywhere, that no. So then I'm talking about the health impact. He said, because you are doing this thing, that when your body is used to this thing,
you've just
that there's no problem.
So
I was just amazed. I was really amazed. These things are happening every time.
True. So I mean, we've had one of Shore that leads a protest to NYSC headquarters over unjust treatment. I thought he was still dealing with this issue.
Apparently, that means it's out.
I think so, because but that's so quick.
You don't want him to be out.
Well, I mean, no, not that I want him out. I mean, so quick to jump into. No, but again, so let's stay on the fence now. We're happy he's out. If he's out, by the way. But to jump into this protest right after that.
That's activism. If I'm an activist, I'm an activist. There are no days off.
You're not wrong though. But again,
why am I resting as an activist when I'm seeing some? As a matter of fact, it will soon come and it will finish it from the NYC case. It will soon come to this.
I will not be surprised because I mean this. But let's talk about this lady. I don't think anything. Okay, so truth be told, right? It's not something that you should expect anyone who is sound in mind to do. But for a man to actually rip her clothes off, because we saw the video, he ripped her clothes off, hoping for what to happen.
I don't.
And so it begs the question: what kind of mindset do these people have? Who is hiring such a person? Is there where he's coming from? Is part of the idea of trying to shame someone to rip the clothes off and record it? Who not put it online? I think there's a bigger issue here we should look at. We should forget about what happened inside the plane. Let's look at what has happened afterwards, which is this: if these people are not brought to book. Yes, I saw one of the statement he made in Festus Keyamo, where he said that he doesn't, no one should condone unclouding of another person. But that video is now online.
Do you know, even if that lady was wrong at first in terms of perhaps because they were hearing different sides, that apparently when the air hostess had stood in the way, she started making a video, and the air hostess had mentioned to her to delete the video before coming down, but she didn't delete it. That's the angle I was hearing. But you know what? You know when they say, firstly, they always say 2 wrongs don't make it right. But then, if at all they had an issue against her, it's nothing. On a scale of the wrong that's been meted out right now, it's nothing compared to what they've done to her. Like they've violated her human rights. They've violated her person. There's no getting out of it. There is no. All of them that they need to pack them. That entire crew that was dragging that lady, they need to pack them. And that guy that because I don't know what that. I mean, at some point because I watched the video and I'm saying, does this guy have a pervy intent? Because they were dragging 2 people already dragging. Like that's the way you treat somebody that probably killed someone. So 2 people already drag. 1 person is dragging the hand. I don't see the reason why your hand still went to a cloth.
So you know what I think? When I watched the video, unfortunately, before you even post such a video, you should at least just blur some certain places. But even at that, you could tell that this person, right, had intention to make sure she's scarred for life. Now, there is another part of it we're not seeing. The emotional part of it, the trauma that she will go through. The fact that video will be on the internet for life. I bet you, even if she serves the amount of times that she might serve in Kirikiri and come out. If she has a strong lawyer, she will go after Ibom Airport, Ibom Airline as a whole, and they will pay dearly for it. If she's someone who has a great lawyer, because truth be told, there is no getting out of this thing mentally. There is no way that she will not be scared. Let's assume she's dating somebody. That's the end of the relationship.
How?
I will explain to you.
Why?
Now, so you're seeing the person you want to marry, and you see the way she behaved. Even if she doesn't have a bad character, the fact that she behaved like that, right? Two things are going to happen. One, he will, well, I might be wrong, but I don't think someone will want to be willing to even continue with the relationship with a man knowing that mentally she's not stable. If I was in her shoes, I'll say, look, anything, just leave that side. Let me just go.
Who is not mentally stable now? The lady.
I don't think she will be.
Let me just quickly add something. Apparently, the news just coming out. We see that federal government has actually withdrawn the case.
Okay, good.
Against her. Also, they've also reduced the ban for Farm 1 right now. So maybe that's also looking like a good.
Is that going to stop her from pressing charges on her own?
At this point, it will be up to her really.
So I'm not taking her side. I'm just looking at it from both ends.
It's also
now.
up to the millions of people, millions of supporters that she has also she's acquired right now.
Social media clouds have jumped on it.
Exactly. So NBA, there's this, there's that. Right. There are people that now at right behind her back. So
well, I mean, if she's someone who so we don't know her state of mind. So let's leave it at that. But again, on clouding someone, nothing justifies that. I'll leave it at that.
All right, let's leave it at that this morning on the newspaper review segment today. That's as much as we can take. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Up next is Business Morning. Do stay with us.
and welcome to Business Morning here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Thank you for starting your day with us. Now let's move to the first conversation for today. In recent years, Nigeria has rolled out a variety of humanitarian and poverty alleviation programs, from social investment schemes to targeted cash transfers aimed at supporting the country's most vulnerable population. But as the economic landscape shifts and fiscal constraints tighten, there's a growing conversation about moving beyond short-term aid to building sustainable, enterprise-driven solutions. How can we design programs that does not only provide immediate relief, but also empower people to create lasting economic opportunities? Now, joining us to discuss this is Chidima Makwachuku. She is the founder of the Masterminds with Ada Anambra, Executive Director at Nova Light Girl Child and Empowerment Foundation. She's also a former National Program Manager at Nigeria's Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. Good morning, Chidima. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Morning. Unmute. Can you please help us unmute your mic, Chidima? Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Thank you.
All right, now let's go straight into it and let's set the context. From your experience in the ministry, what would you say are the biggest successes and challenges of Nigeria's recent poverty alleviation programs?
Okay, thank you once again, Business Notes. From my experience when we were there, implementation of some of our flagship programs like the conditional cash transfer, the GEEP, the GVG, the shelter program. We have a lot of relief materials that we are spread across the IDPs, the refugees, sustainable materials. And these are courtesy of the handwork of Dr. Beta Edo, the humanitarian minister. And she diversified a lot of means to make sure that implementations of these programs took place, and there was successes to it. The conditional cash transfer, we were able to record more than 2.5 million beneficiaries. And previously, how they do it, it was done in a way that the vulnerable people were not properly reached, because not everybody have how will I put it, the bank apps. Not every, some use USSD, none of them are open to some financial fintech cards. So she went to the grassroots and made sure that even with your phone number, you can access the conditional cash transfer. Even with identifying with cooperative in your communities, you can access, and that was one of the successes. So people, in as much as they have what they are doing, they know that at the end of the day, they are receiving 25,000 naira from the government. They'll just see the alert in their bank account. And another thing I'm going to point out is there were reduction, right? There were a reduction of poverty headcount out of them. I'm referring to 2023. As of 2023, till, like I said, the last 9 months now, outside the ministry have been on a standstill because there was like a hold to some of the implementation. But as of then, I can attest to you that the flagship programs implementation went so well, and I hope that the government we understand the perspective and take the necessary step in making sure that the shift continues towards direct social investment and better targeting techniques to help us strengthen aid delivery, because that's one of the challenges we have. Thank you.
Let me ask this directly. Don't you think there is an urgent need to transition from just purely aid-based interventions, but rather to enterprise-driven solutions? Don't you think?
Of course, I agree with you. You know, I was referring to what was done before as regards to that. I agree with you. Definitely in Nigeria, to be honest with ourselves, we cannot depend on it again. We cannot. See, some of the big strong countries, the G5, the G7 that are sponsoring aid to Africa, many of them are not ready again to pull down the funds down here. So it's up to us to use our tongue to count our teeth and understand that, hey, even with the loans we are assessing now, we are able to assess now. Probably we don't know what the future holds, because the people that are funding these organizations are trying to say, no, we need to go back home and arrange our houses. So it's time for us to also go back home and arrange our houses. Whatever it is that we're going to give to people, whatever it is we are going to pull down to the vulnerable, we're going to make sure that it stops that are sustainable, that you are giving them skills that are sustainable. You don't just give them laptop and leave them there. You don't just give them funds and leave them there. You empower them, and the empowerment, you follow it up for long-term success. Because if there's no long-term success, then we come back and cry to you again and say, hey, our food are finished. So while you are giving them the short-term measures, maybe provided them with food, 25,000 naira, make sure that the environment is enabling for them, for their businesses to work. Make sure the security is okay. Make sure that whatever it is they are doing, that the electricity is good and moving forward. These are the things that will sustain what they are bringing, their source of income. So whatever short-term aid you are also bringing at the same time, definitely that it will help. And by the time they're able to stand on their feet, they will no longer depend on your short aid. And then we have issues of inflation, insecurity, that, like I said earlier, these are the undermining factors. But once you are providing the short-term aids, and also making sure there is an enabling environment, the security, the inflation rate is down, and also making sure that the economy is good for them, definitely they're going to adjust. And Nigerians on a normal, we are not aid dependent. We are solely dependent on ourselves. In fact, we have this tendency of not depending on government from history. So what people normally, the most important thing people want from government is just give us good rules, give us good security, give us an enabling environment. Let inflation come down, we are good to go. So I don't agree with aid depending on it. No, because it's not sustainable. It's never sustainable for any business that want to try, for any individual that want to try. It makes you come back again for crumbs, and when you come back again for crumbs, trust me, the necessary structural things that should be done will not be targeted, and it's not good as a nation for us. Thank you.
So take us through the specific strategies that can ensure that beneficiaries of humanitarian programs are equipped to become economically self-reliant.
The most important thing I always say is the policy coming from the government side, the framework for execution. Once there are no civil service bureaucracy in delaying whatever funds, whatever grant, whether it's a loan, whether it's just a one-off something, once that aspect is handled, that it's wrong, then when it comes to the implementation, you now come robust skills development and vocational training that align with the market needs, what the world is going to, the trajectory. There is a trend ongoing now. When you imbibe those skills in the youth or in the women or the older, whichever category you want to target on, you now provide them access to startup capital. You now involve maybe the microfinance bank, the fintechs, as the enterprise incubation support to nurture the small businesses must come in place. Then you now foster mentorship, because that's the follow-up. So once you are able to give them all those things and business advisory services to guide what they have started, you develop linkages with the value chain, whether it involve private sector or involve some international organizations or development partners to engage this, is still okay. You now do another thing, you promote saving culture, because that's another thing, right? If you want to ensure that the beneficiaries become economic self-reliant, you are giving them something, you want them to be trained on something good, you provide them the capital to start, good and fine. You build up an incubation support to nurture what they are starting. Then you now monitor with mentorship, business advisory services to help them. Then you now come and have develop linkages. I'm just trying to make it simple. Then you now do what again? Make sure there is a saving culture to what you made them to start. Then you now implement monitoring and adaptive support mechanisms that will go for like 1 year or 6 months. So by the time 1 year or 6 months, they're able to stand on their feet, they are able to say, yes, you supported me, government supported me, and this is the end goal. The end goal is I can stand on my feet, I can do this. These are some of the strategies that I think are good to ensure that beneficiaries become economically self-reliant.
When we started this conversation, you gave an example of a program that was done in 2023. But can you share another example of a program you've worked on that successfully blended aid with enterprise creation?
Okay. So I was national program manager for shelter for the vulnerable population, providing low-cost housing for the vulnerable populations. And the program entirely is to target displaced persons, the poorest of the poor, the IDPs, to move from the camps to the ancestral homes. Now, in the process of interfacing with stakeholders, the state governors, the local government chairman, the community leaders, we now found that some of the ancestral homes had issues of conflict. We now say, okay, now take another step. Okay, look at what we're going to do. All these were done under the monitoring and evaluation of Dr. Peter Edo. What else do we do? So the state governor give us another space, another land that is acceptable by the people. Those are the people that cannot go to their ancestral homes. That is acceptable by them, acceptable by community leaders, because we don't want to have a situation where we are done putting on houses, building them where to resettle. It's like a mini estate. When they will resettle, they will not say, oh, we can't stay here. No, there must be a communal MOU, which we sign with some of the communities. I say, this is where you want to stay because of your ancestral home has conflict issues. And even as a conflict issues is ongoing, we were already interfacing with the security forces to make sure that there is a camp to handle that aspect. Why we factor another means, I'm referring to those that did not want to go back to their ancestral homes. Then those that wanted to go back to their ancestral home, that was a different scenario. They now provide the hectares of land, clearing was done, processes we're starting to putting up the construction. We have the 1 bedroom, the 2 bedroom to put out for them depending on the capacity of the family. So the idea was to move people from the camps, the IDP camps, the refugees that are coming in, and put them in the shelter homes. This is one of a kind I've not done in Nigeria, and it's so unfortunate that the program was suspended because of what happened in the ministry, and at the end of the day, the person that came in did not took up the route to keep it going. But we made sure that the necessary stakeholders and the frameworks were put in place, policies that we helped to factor what we want to do was put in place, and the project was started. The pilot phases started with Benue, Cross Rivers, some northern states. So the idea was, this is one of out of 13 programs that Dr. Bete put in place, and all this was to make sure that we factor a sustainable approach in tackling poverty, in alleviating poverty in Nigeria. So to cut it short and to round it up, it was all about providing shelter for the vulnerable population and making sure that in as much as there are other government poverty alleviation programs for them, shelter was a key, something that was absent in Nigeria for the past decades, right? We don't have it, what we call shelter homes, where people live. In the shelter home, the structure of the prototype, because we did a lot of prototypes, right? To make sure that people also understand what we want to do and they adapt to it, and we're able to say, okay, this can 1 bedroom can accommodate family of 4, 2 bedroom can accommodate a family of 6. So okay, this is possible. And people, there was a text run on all of it for a couple of months, and that's by the. So the whole idea was to say, okay, even as you are receiving 25,000 naira from government, even as you are receiving some loans and grants, you see what government wants to give you a home. So you stay here, you are homeless, you stay here for a while, not for a while, pardon me, you stay here permanently. That was the agenda, permanently, till you are able to stand on your own and you feel like, oh, I can now rent, I can now build my own house. You move, then the spaces that are going to be vacant, other people that are homeless will come in. It will be a regulated enterprise on a mini estate run by both the federal government and the state government. That was the whole ethics of the office that I had. Thank you.
All right. We've been going on and on about the government. So let's move our focus to the private sector role. So what role should the private sector and social entrepreneurs play in scaling these sustainable poverty alleviation initiatives?
When it comes to private sector, their roles are more of investment, innovation, and models to create both the empowerment skills, the jobs, and the initiatives. Government is more like provide finances in some cases. Some it's PPP, some it's partnership, some it's collaboration. So their role still move in they driving innovations. They are the people to come to say, hey, if you want to code, let's have. Because let me go back to my office on the road. So inside this many estates, what we included were green environment. It's a solar power. It was solely solar powered. And these were initiatives that came in from international development partners, the private sector too. They drove it and said, okay, we brought in the initiative, okay, and they said, okay, you are gonna drive it because it's gonna be more flexible and we're gonna achieve a lot of success with you on board. That's the role of the private sector. They know how to develop impact-driven ventures, addressing social gaps, adapting to solutions to local needs. Let's say technical aids or technical support aside that, and they know how to bring efficiency, scalability, on how to push things, market sophistications, like that is lacking in purely government-led initiative. I always tell people, if you want things to work, government, you have the fund, good and fine. You might not necessarily know how to pivot and drive it, bring in the private sector to say, okay, private sector might involve development partners, they might involve NGOs, they might involve investment banking, they might involve fintech, they might involve innovation partners. It's so diverse and broad. So these are some of the roles that private sector comes into play in scaling poverty alleviation.
So let's go back to the government. How do you think the government policies can better support these grassroots businesses, especially amongst women and the youth?
Yeah, for government to support grassroots, the most important thing I always go is the environment. So for you to support what's going on, create an enabling environment for them. Once they have an enabling environment, they can strive. Even if you give a poor man 25,000 naira and still give him enough security, he has electricity. Even with the vulcanizer he's doing, he knows there is light. He knows I can buy for at a cheaper price. He knows the food, it's affordable. The 25,000 you're giving is just a bonus. Trust Nigerians, we know how to strive. We are hard-working human beings. We are very, very hardworking. So once we encourage this economic self-reliance by providing the necessary things for them, it will stimulate local economies to be sincere with you. Once we create the jobs and make sure the environment are okay, we address the root causes of poverty because you already build capacity for them. And trust Nigerians, like I said, we know how to strive. And once we also put our empowerment or whatever we want to implement beyond direct aid reach to build sustainable community development, we are good to go. And I will point out to something that has been in my heart for a while. Once we as citizens too are able to monitor and evaluate the premises of the government, the funds the government receive, look at what's going on. The autonomy granted to local governments. Now, the chairman, they can able to implement projects independently because they receive funds directly from the government, federal government. The state governors have increased far monthly. So somebody that is taking 2 billion is taking more than that, thrice, triple what they have been taking before. Once we have citizens also are able to say, Mr. Governor, you received this money so months ago. What did you do with it? Once we're able to question and demand accountability from them too, in as much they are providing the funds, we are hearing the trillions and the billions on a monthly basis coming into our state government, and we are able to monitor and evaluate how it's spent. all of us will be good at the same time. Thank you.
Now let's move our focus to the future outlook now. If, because you have experience in this, if you were designing a national poverty reduction program today, what three elements would you prioritize for lasting impact?
Okay, three elements I'm gonna prioritize. One, it's I will strengthen institution capacity. The bureaucracy of the civil service, it's a very strong factor we as citizens don't understand. That means when we see some things that come out newly, we not be like, ah, no, this is not done. This it's not how it should be. Once there is institutional framework well utilized, spelled out, executed as well, that's the first thing to and to cut the bureaucracy that prevent fundings to reach the vulnerable people, cut the bureaucracies that make things not to work, because it comes down from the federal. Then I will now work on inclusive economic empowerment. My focus will be on enterprise development. In as much as I'm giving you skills and training, I will increase financial inclusion and monitor you. I will make sure that the private sectors are in there so that you work with the trend, the innovation, and the trajectory and work with the world is going to. I don't want. I always feel like, in a way, indirectly, Nigeria, when it comes to empowerment or reducing poverty, we are slightly lacking behind on how things should go. There are some steps we are taking, but that's not our A game or the A game expected. Another thing, like I say, is strong governance and accountability. Once there is a robust monitoring system that monitor what is going out, what is coming in, the implementation, how people are taking it, how it's properly executed, funds, are they reaching the necessary people, the skills, are the necessary people getting it? Very, very important. The community leaders, is there a mutual understanding between stakeholders? Because one thing is to federal government to say I want to do this. Another thing is the local mind to say I don't understand what you are doing. Do they understand what you really want to do? So strong governance and making sure that the necessary frameworks are in place also helps. Then integrated social protection. Yeah, we have social protection like the conditional cash transfer, but let it be integrated into health, education, enterprise support. That will help the demography of the needs to be holistic, like the impact will be holistic. You don't just concentrate on the women and leave the youth behind. You don't just, as you're concentrating on women, you don't just give them the loan. You also bring in measures that will handle their health, their education sector. You also bring in the measures that will handle the community they are. So all-round implementation of factors to alleviate poverty more in place. Thank you.
Still on the future outlook, how do you see Nigeria's poverty alleviation strategy evolving over the next 5 years? And I'm talking about the light of economic reform and budget realities. How do you see it evolving in the next 5 years? Okay, I think we lost her. I think we lost her for a bit. So Chidima was about to tell us about how she would see Nigeria's poverty alleviation strategy evolving over the next 5 years. And before that, she gave a well-designed strategy on how poverty reduction can be reduced in Nigeria, and also how the government's policies can be better, in scaling sustainable poverty alleviation. Now, before we have the second part of our conversation, I'm just going to give my take on the conversation that we had. So from the conversation from aid to enterprise, it's obviously a very powerful idea But in Nigeria, it's wishful thinking if we do not fix the fundamentals. And what are these fundamentals I'm talking about? I'm talking about reliable power. I'm talking about solid infrastructure, the rule of law, and the real access to these capitals. So we should understand that enterprise alone isn't a magic bullet. Without an enabling environment, without an enabling environment, it risks becoming just another development buzzword, producing a few boutique success stories, 25,000, and what it's not. Success stories just for reports, but it is still leaving poverty as a profitable status quo for the powerful. Now, the new scale needs structural reform, and when I mean structural reform, that would be for it to be implemented, and not just shifts in slogan every now and again. Not just, oh, there's this poverty alleviation program here, there's this poverty alleviation program there, and there is no implementation. It's just shortcut for people to see that, okay, the government is working. But like I always say, we can only hope it gets better, and then watch how it unfolds, and hope that the strategies that Chidima has would be implemented by the government agencies. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to be having the second part of our conversation right here on Business Morning. Just stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really make business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now we move to our second conversation for today, which is on gas flaring, and we have our guest, Dr. Obina Ijinaya, is the CEO Nine Communication Limited, to give us to unpack the implications around this gas flaring, why it is still happening in 2025 despite years of pledges, regulation, and penalties. And is actually going to tell us why who is not taking accountability and how much this is costing us. Stay with us. Good morning and welcome to the Friday edition of Business Morning here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze.
And I'm Destiny Momo. Thank you for starting your day with us.
All right, let's move to the first conversation for today. We turn our attention to a very issue, quite literally, that has both economic and environmental consequences for Nigeria. Despite being a leading oil producer, Nigeria is once again ranked second globally in gas flaring, according to recent data from the World Bank. This means billions of cubic feet of natural gas are going up in flames, gas that could otherwise power homes, industry, and generate much needed revenue for the country.
Now, the question is, why is this still happening in 2025, despite years of pledges, regulations, and even penalties? Who is accountable, and how much is this costing us? Not just in dollars, but in lives, livelihoods, and also climate impact.
And to help us unpack the implication, the root causes, and the possible solution, we are joined by Obina Ijinaya, is the CEO Nine Communication Limited, and is also a media practitioner. Good morning, Obina. Thank you so much for joining us.
We're so glad to have you, Mr. Obina.
Yeah, it's my pleasure once again. I would say good evening from Melbourne, Australia.
Right. Good evening. Let's now go straight into it. Let's start with the basics. Can you give us a sense of the scale of gas flaring in Nigeria right now? And how much gas are we actually flaring? And what does it translate to in monetary form or in energy terms?
It costs us a lot monetarily, economically, but my major concern also encompasses the health hazard it poses to the people of Nigeria, the host communities that have these gas plants and all that, oil wells where you have this flaring going on. You know, there are a lot of hazards, a lot of health implications aside the economic implication. But talking about the economic impact and the implications, it's costing us a lot. So I will estimate that we are losing almost $1 billion in terms of gas flaring. So, and all those money, being a country, an underdeveloped country like Nigeria, I think we should not allow any opportunity to save money or to increase the income of the country should be encouraged instead of discouraged. So we're losing a lot economically and otherwise.
Okay, so why does Nigeria consistently rank so high in global gas flaring statistics, despite having anti-flaring regulations in place?
So, as you can see that Nigeria is a country where impunity thrives. And having said that, you see recently what happened at the airports, you know. So people take law into their hand. People do everything they can, knowing that they can get away with it. They play around the law, they bend the laws, and they, you know, to work according to their own, how they play. So it's not like like other developing or developed countries. We don't have laws or regulations in place. We have those things in place, but the problem is in Nigeria, we believe more in rhetorics other than in practicality. So we make laws, and then there are people who live above those laws, and the laws are not implemented or enforced. So that is the problem. We have, like, as you can see, there are many measures that Nigeria are following, because we have ministers, we have heads of departments whose job is to, make sure that this flaring and all those losses are mitigated or saved in a way. But because of the impunity, because of lack of adherence to the law, so you find out that the World Bank or IMF or international communities will give us guidelines, and we try to play by the rule and to maintain what is obtainable in other developed countries. But back home, when we come back home, we sweep those things under the carpet, and they are not implemented. That is why you see how much have been voted. Even Shell, at a point, Shell gave a lot of money to help in, all those riverine areas where we have oil wells, to maintain the environment, to clean the environment. So, and all those things, they put money. In fact, Nigeria borrow money. Nigeria received funds from the World Bank in this program to enhance the reduction of oil flaring. But at the end of the day, we don't see we don't see those things being done.
All right. Can you explain to us the opportunity cost? What could Nigeria be doing with this gas instead of flaring it?
So instead of flaring gas, as you can see, I encourage President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in some areas where he tried to, introduce this CNG, compressed natural gas things, which comes from, methane. So I encourage him for that. However, it's not the best way to go, but at least he's following the recommendations from the World Bank, because that is part of recommendation when we're seeking for loans, to follow some kind of rules. So, but that is one aspect of the things we could do to save. But I want us to channel more on, on the liquefied, what is it called, petroleum something, LPG for cooking gas. I think that's what developed countries are doing. Like Russia, Russia supply cooking gas to Europe. So I think we'll focus more on that one than the one for driving the vehicles. So there are many ways we could save these gases instead of flaring them. A lot of ways, and we borrow money. Many times Nigeria borrow money, but we do not, put those monies into the right places, into the right use. I think as an investor, if we borrow money and put it into saving the gas that we flare and putting them into those areas where we save money, like, majorly the LPG, the liquefied petroleum gas, I think that will save us a lot of money, and that will create jobs, create jobs, and there will be more companies that will come up to major in the processing of this kind of gas and all that. And so economically, I think it's a good way for Nigeria to go. I know Nigerians, there are many people who will be willing to invest in that aspect.
All right, now beyond the economic loss, what is the environmental toll of gas flaring on local communities and even Nigeria's climate commitments?
Yes, that is even the major concern that I have. Major concern, because if you see, among other countries, Russia is there. USA also is involved in gas flaring to some quota, but they do it in a way that also save the environment, but those things are causing a lot of health hazard. If you go to some in the south, you see the black carbon, the emission is something is destructive, I would say. So I think the environmental aspect of it is the major issue that gas flaring has on Nigeria, because talk of the agricultural aspect, it destroys the land because when you flare the gas, it releases a lot of things. It releases methane, releases carbon dioxide, and black carbon. Black carbon is the major one. I've heard from a colleague here in Australia who has a house in Port Harcourt, and it happened that the area where they live, there's this kind of black something in the air, so that over time they gather together to form some. So those things are very toxic. There are health hazards that these things encompass as well. So these are the reason why the government must, apart from the economic waste impact, the health impact, and the agricultural hazard, and there are a lot of problems that this thing carry.
All right, so we've had various deadlines, and I'm talking 2008, 2020, and now 2023 for ending gas flaring. So why do you think this target keeps shifting?
The target keeps shifting because, like I said before, we believe in rhetoric, we believe in speaking. We want to talk like you see how our politicians, they believe in, convincing you other than doing the right thing so that you are convinced by yourself. So it keeps shifting because during the budgeting, they will vote money to do all these things. There are laws in place, there are regulations in place, there are policies and programs in place to check all these things. But the implementation is the problem. So it boils down to that impunity and corruption that exists in our country. And because there are no room for checks and balances. So people are not checked, there's no transparency to control, to make sure that people play by the rule. So that is the problem. People don't play by the rule, they just make the rules, but they don't abide by it. So that's why it keeps lingering. That's why the problem even gets worse. Because every year, like this, all these hazards that we see that come from gas flaring, they get worse by every year. They get worse.
So now, are existing penalties and regulations not stringent enough, or is enforcement the real problem?
Yeah, the real problem is enforcement and corruption. Because some of these big companies, the international companies, they know how to play around rules in Nigeria. So when they know the organization or whatever department that could come for it, they know how much to settle these organizations or these departments that come to check for these things. So every year they map out some amount of money to pay, to settle. So once they settle, those that will enforce the law will just turn a blind eye to what is going wrong. So that is the thing.
Right. So how much of this flaring is being done by international oil companies versus indigenous firms? Are there differences in the compliance levels?
I don't see differences in compliance level because the international companies as well, they are also guilty of that practice. Like I said, they they prefer to pay, because actually, you know, it takes a lot of money to if you want to save this gas that's being burnt, if you want to put things in place to save it, you have to invest a lot more. You have to invest a lot more, but at long run, you gain it. So it's a long-term investment if you really want to save the gas, you know. So, but what these companies do, the international companies, they decide to spend some stipends. It may run in millions of dollars, but to them, it's still small. And our local organizations that should check these companies, they just get all these monies, all these payments, and then let the international companies. So the local companies, because you know that local companies, their productivity or their production level is far more low compared to the international companies. So you can't compare the amount of gas that's flared by these international companies to that of the local companies. So except you want to talk about Dangote this time, which is a big player right now. But other than him, the local companies are very, you know, their productivity are very low.
Okay. Now, have we seen any success stories, companies or fields where gas flaring has been significantly reduced? Do you think there is any?
Every country is fighting to, you know, play by the rule and reduce because of the climate change issues. So every country, because the international community has an eagle eye on every other country. So developed countries are doing everything, especially here in Australia. We are embracing more of greener energy than fossil fuel source of power energy. So a lot of countries are doing a lot to reduce, especially containing the emissions. They do a lot, they invest a lot to contain the emission, even though they're still flaring, but they contain the emission in a very safe way. So that is where we, in Nigeria, we have to start from there as well. Even the gas flaring, before we could control it completely, we'll make sure that this flaring is done in a safer way. So because you can't, you need to go to these places for you to really know how bad it is.
All right. So Nigeria launched the gas flare commercialization program. What's the status of that initiative? Is it yielding results?
For now, the only big player I would say is the federal government of Nigeria, and you know, they're building containers where they convert these gases to the is it LNG or what, for vehicles. So that's the only one that I've known that is, you know, yielding a better result. So which I'm also advising that we should increase more of liquefied petroleum gas, the LPG for cooking gas.
Now, what technologies or strategies are even available right now that could drastically cut flaring if it is properly being implemented?
Yeah, I think for the technology that I will suggest for Nigeria right now is mostly I don't see, because in the south the pipeline busting is a big problem. There was a time the federal government wanted to build pipeline from the south to the north, and I followed that up, but I don't know how far they've gone for now. So
okay. So finally, Mr. Obina, what would it take politically, economically, and even technologically for Nigeria to truly achieve zero flaring by 2030?
Well, I don't see us achieving zero flaring by 2020, according to that, the recommendation of World Bank. I don't see it happening, but, if we can make headway and achieve, some level of reduction, that will, be good as well. So because 2030 is how many years from now? About 6. So we haven't even started in the right direction. So I think, first of all, if we have enough organizations like NGOs, international NGOs, or other pressure groups that could act independently as a watchdog on the other companies, because you see that the government, those in the government agencies are compromised already. So politically, I just want to say things the way they are. Politically, you see that Nigeria is, if you belong to us, you can do whatever you want. That is what's going on. So there should be an independent watchdog, an NGO, an international NGO that will and can be able to monitor these processes and see that at least the international companies, they play by the rule, because those ones are afraid, to face international laws. So, but if you leave it in the hand of our own local government agencies, I think the endemic corruption won't let it see the light of the day. So it will just be the same merry-go-round.
Thank you so much, Mr. Obinna Ejiaya. He's the CEO, 9 Communications Limited, and also a media practitioner. Thank you for your time on Business Morning this morning.
Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate your time.
It's my pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you.
And that's the much
Good
we
night.
can.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
And that's how much we can take on Business Morning today. Up next is Big Story. My name is Destiny Mama.
And my name is Deborah Eze. Keep watching Business Day Television.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. The federal government has unveiled a new solar energy initiative aimed at powering public institutions across Nigeria, from schools and hospitals to government offices. Officials say the program will cut dependence on the national grid, lower operational costs, and promote cleaner energy use. But the questions remain: how long will it be funded? Can it be sustained, and what does it mean for Nigeria's wider energy transition goals? Well, today I'm joined in the studio to unpack these opportunities, the challenges, and the impact of this initiative with our guest today, Dipo Oladende, the head of the energy desk here at Business Day. Welcome to the show, Dipo.
Yeah, welcome. Good morning, Elizabeth, and thanks
Good to see you. Good to see you today. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. How about you?
Very well, thank you. Let's start with the big picture today. What exactly has the federal government announced with this initiative, and what makes this solar initiative quite significant?
Yeah, okay. So what the government is trying to do basically is to prioritize clean energy. The government is trying to reduce its energy cost. If you look at the line item in the 2024 and 2025 budget, the biggest line item for recurrent expenditure has been the cost of diesel or the cost of powering public infrastructures or public utilities. And so the government is gradually transiting to reducing carbon emission, first of all, and then, of course, reducing its energy costs. And one of that ways is to increase its dream or its plan to have a solar initiative. So the aim is to prioritize government's public infrastructures that are of high, they call it high priority. So we talk about health, we talk about education, we talk about public utilities regarding primary health care center, primary schools, secondary schools, universities. And so those are the first set of public institutions that will be benefiting from this solar initiative. After a while, of course, they'll be transiting to Ministry of Finance, Ministry of National Defense Academy, NDA, and other major ministries or parastatals, as the case may be.
But why did they decide to choose public institutions as the primary beneficiaries of this initiative?
Well, again, this is government, right? The government would always start in-house. Let's not forget, when the CNG drive, they talk about auto gas, they talk about converting majority of the petrol gas to gas vehicle. The government had to be at the forefront of it.
Right.
So the government is saying, charity needs to begin at home. They need to start the initiative first of all before they start preaching to everyone.
Right.
Look, we need to prioritize solar. So if the government itself is not prioritizing its own infrastructure or its own public utilities, then there'll be a lot of question mark on why you are spreading a campaign that you yourself are not a firm believer in. And again, the reason why priorities are given to schools and primary healthcare center is it's always assumed that education and healthcare should be the founding institution or the founding agencies of any sustainable government. So you look at Human Development Index, how you perform in terms of education, how you perform in terms of providing primary healthcare are always key indicators of how developed economy will be in the next 10 or 15 years. So I think it's ideal the government is prioritizing schools. And so you look at federal universities, you talk about the big ones, and then you look at healthcare centers as well. You look at the teaching hospitals in Nigeria. So yes, I mean, it's a step in the right direction if properly implemented.
Right, and what we always know and what we've seen over time is funding being a stumbling block for, some of these renewable projects that we have in Nigeria. What do we know about how this project is going to be financed?
Okay, so what I know they've set up is there's something they call National Public Sector Solar Initiative, right? Now, under this initiative, there are a lot of agencies and government institutions involved. There is the Rural Electrification Agency, there's REA, there's Ministry of Finance, there's Budget Office, There is InfraCrop, that's Infrastructure Corporation of Nigeria. There's Ministry of Finance Incorporation Limited as well, who is also a part of it. So again, the idea is to this initiative is 100% financed by governments, but you know there are government institutions that are run like companies. For instance, the Ministry of Finance Incorporation is more or less like a limited liability company that takes its own decision as a CEO, and then is able to go through the lifespan of a project. So the idea is you are going to get everyone involved. So if you're able to get REA, who will bring in the technical expertise, Ministry of Finance, who can spread the payment for a period of time, and then Ministry of Finance and Corporation or InfraCrop, which are managed by, these are companies that are managed by seasoned expertise in terms of infrastructure, who understands what it means to fund the projects, both pre-project and then post-project plan. So, it's expected that all of these agencies would see the lifespan of the projects, and then they would be able to see the project through, both from start till the end. All of this boils back to implementation. So if all of these agencies are able to work like a team, not working in disarray, if they're able to work like a team, put heads together, I think it's a starting point for success or many things to come.
So you've mentioned, seeing the project through from start to the end, and that brings me to what I'm very curious about now, to know if there are timelines to the rollout of this project. Do we have any timelines? Also, are there private agencies? Are there other agencies that are also going to be a part of the execution?
Okay, so there are no timelines yet. What was basically announced by the government is the plan. Who are the people behind the plan? And who are the people that would ensure the plan would, of course, be a success. So we don't have a timeline yet. So that's the first one. So the second one is about what's the criteria for how would these be able to sustain, or how will you be able to manage this infrastructure or this facility? Now, this is it. Solar is the complex part of it is installing. And then after a while, you need to do maintenance. Now, maintenance is not as tedious as when you are on the grid, or when you are doing, when you are generating power, when you are transmitting power, when you are distributing power. With solar, it's quite different. So when you get the panels in, you're able to get good batteries. All you need to do is just basically maintain the panels, and then, of course, basically make sure that the batteries are well maintained. And so if you are handing it over to schools or public institutions like University of Lagos, it's always assumed that you would have technical expertise there, which the government can also leverage on within the school system that should be able to take care of these facilities. And again, the idea is this: if you look at how much the government is spending on maintaining University of Lagos, as the case may be, especially in terms of power bills per month, per year, we are talking about billions of naira. Putting this solar initiative the plan is to make sure you reduce the costs by at least half, and then channel that fund to other areas that the school might need for development. Again, all of this is at the early stages, and this is the first time we are doing something like this. So it's always assumed there will be challenges. There would be one or two areas that you won't get right, but then all of these are part of the learning curves that will be used for other agencies, as the case may be.
And how much impact are we looking at seeing now? Realistically, if we're talking about the impact it's going to have on institutions and all of that, what are we foreseeing? Okay,
so the impact is, it depends on the angle you are looking at it from. So there's the first
energy cost, and
there's the first angle of reducing your energy bill. There's another angle of reducing carbon emission, because you're not flaring flames into the air as a result of diesel generators, so you're promoting a cleaner environment.
Right.
There's another angle of the cost implication of the noise effects of running diesel generators. People have always argued that it's not the best or the most efficient way to power any utility or any government's parastatals. So that's another angle. And then there's the economic effect of it. So what you are doing is the government's decision to to prioritize public schools. So you'll find a lot of private enterprise, a lot of SMEs, a lot of people say, look, if the government is paying attention to solar, so maybe it's high time I need to also pay attention to solar. So you find developers coming into Nigeria and say, we need to set up business in Nigeria. You find a lot of renewable investments or renewable investors around, global renewable investors who would say, okay, let's pay attention to Nigeria. It seems the government is, because if the government is putting its money where its mouth is, then it's always assumed that policies will be favorable. We won't have issues of difficulties of clearing solar panels at the ports. We won't have issues of people waiting forever to get licensed to do certain things that ought to be approved within a day or two. I mean, so all of these things are benefits. So across the value chain of just prioritizing solar or going renewable or going green, there's a lot Nigeria can benefit. And again, the national grid I've been here several times to talk about how inconsistent the national grid is, how unreliable it is, and how it keeps flipping every year. We're having grid collapse at different points in time. The grid is not able to power majority of, I don't know of any competent or reliable institution today that does not have a plan B in terms of power, both in terms of banks, in terms of insurance companies, or in terms of even the media. So the idea is you reduce the number of exposure to the national grid, so that power that should be given to institutions like the schools can of course be transferred to underpowered or on communities that have not been receiving power for a period of time. Again, so all of this is good. Again, implementation might be our biggest problem, which happens to every or other government's brilliant initiatives, as the case may be.
And that shows me a problem. So how are we looking to avoid, you've highlighted some of the impact that we will get from this. So we're not supposed to now still be dealing with implementation challenges, although we've alluded to the fact that that's always something that some of our government initiatives tends to face. So how are we looking to curb that?
Okay, so I think one of the biggest advantage of this initiative is, before now, plans like this would have it sitting on the table of the Ministry of Power or just REA alone. But now you are finding 3, 4, 5 government agencies coming together. So you have private government agencies that are well run, like of course public limited liability companies also coming into play. We have people with infrastructure expertise as well also being part of this project. So and this is a win-win scenario for Nigeria. So if the government is able to release funds as at when due, and I think this would be a brilliant initiative considering the kind of people who are on board. For instance, InfraCrop, for instance, is a very good, reliable infrastructure institution that have managed other infrastructures in Nigeria, well run by, of course, people with private experience, private technical expertise, as the case may be. You have Harrier as well, who have handled similar projects in terms of energizing public institutions. We just need to be positive and expect that all of these plans would come into the timeline. So again, so you asked the question about timeline. So the government needs to be clear about the timeline so that everyone can put his or her hands on deck and say, okay, look, what are the things we need to achieve at a certain period of time? So if within now and December 2025, what are the expected KPIs to be met for H1 or Q1 next year? What will be the expected KPI? So that we can track, and then in times where things are not going in plan with what the governments have delegated, we can easily call it out and say, hey, look, this person needs to put it out in order, this person needs to sit right, as the case may be.
Right. And Dikwa, are there any maintenance, sustainability challenges for solar projects in Nigeria? And how are we actually looking to address some of these challenges?
Well, so Nigeria is still at its, let me use the word teething or babying stage in terms of solar. We are not there yet. All of this talk about solar is just, it's a new phase. So we are not like the United States of this world. We are not like other developed countries that have moved beyond the teething stage. So see it as a baby. When you give birth to a newborn baby, at some point this baby would make mistakes, it will crawl. In the process of trying to walk, the baby would make some steps, it will fall down, and then of course it would always rise up again. So back to maintenance. So yes, you don't expect the government to be putting funds as high as 100 billion on a project without plan for post project plan or post event plan. So yes, I'm very sure there will be maintenance in part of the plan or whatever you are doing. The most important thing is the responsibility of the institutions that have been assigned for these projects, right? So if the schools themselves decide to take it up among themselves and say, look, these projects have been assigned to us, we also need to play our role in terms of maintaining, because I mean there's little the government can do from Abuja down to wherever institutions these projects are managed. So the government needs to first of all provide the funds, see that the project is well completed, and then the institutions that are benefiting from it also have a responsibility to make sure that they utilize it well. I mean, it's like giving a phone to a graduate going to school. Yes, you've done your part giving the graduate the phone, but he or she needs to be responsible on how he or she is using it. So that's the case in terms of solar as well.
And speaking to the broader narrative of Nigeria's renewable energy and climate commitment, how does this fit into that initiative?
Yeah, I mean, it fits perfectly well because a lot of people have expressed doubts about solar. Some have argued that this talk about solar is expensive, it's not feasible, it's not sustainable, it's not. There've been a lot of question mark about solar. So now that the government is taking the bull by the horn, the government is basically saying, look, we'll champion this drive. So that's the first thing. The second major thing is government is also concerned about reducing costs. Let's not forget that diesel before used to be around 200 naira, 300 naira per liter. Now we are seeing diesel prices about 1,000 naira, in some cases 1,200. And in some other states, we are seeing diesel prices as high as 1,500. So the government is conscious about reducing costs, especially the costs that are not, that has no long-term benefit really. These are recurrent costs that could be managed. And then these funds that are saved from recurrent expenditure could as well be channeled to capital expenditure in other places. So, I mean, it's a good thing. It's brilliant on paper. I mean, we just need to watch it and then see how the progress would attain to with Nigeria.
And let's talk about creating opportunities and the opportunities that are present in this initiative. Are we seeing more opportunities for, like local solar manufacturing or even installment companies? Are we seeing more opportunities for them within this initiative?
Yeah. So it's expected that initiative like this would attract attention to that space. Now, sometimes attention, it doesn't necessarily mean you need to start producing things locally. Sometimes you just need to play up your strengths and say, look, what's our area of strength? Is it cheaper to produce in Nigeria than to import? Is it cheaper to import solar panels than to produce in Nigeria? Do we have the technical expertise to produce in Nigeria? So all of these would be part of the conversation going forward. But what I do know is we don't have enough capacity yet to rely strictly on local production. So we still need to import. And so yes, we'll be importing solar panels, but beyond just importing the equipment, we'll also be importing the skills, the talents that will be needed to manage all of these facilities. And so another thing we need to pay attention to is the fact that before now, I mean, solar conversation is not very, very popular. But now with initiatives like this, you'd see, it's expected that you start seeing schools adjust their curriculum to include things around solar, to include things around renewable energy, to include things around boosting green energy, as the case may be. I used to remember there is a school at University of Ibadan that focus strictly on petroleum engineering or petroleum economics, as the case may be. Now we'll find schools like that as well, also including the economics of solar, the economics of renewable energy. So, I mean, there is a skill gap aspect that we still need. There is an equipment aspect that we clearly are not well enough. But what I do know is things like this would always attract global attention, because anytime the government is having initiatives or putting initiatives in certain things, of course, you'll find a lot of people talking about it. And the moment they are talking about it, I mean, that's the starting point for investments, for value addition or value creation for the economy, as the case may be.
Right, and you've been covering the energy space for a while now. So, based on the trends, based on experience, what do you think are some of the biggest challenges that this project might face in terms of getting to actualization, the failures, the risks?
I think the biggest risks we face is, which I mentioned earlier, implementation.
Right.
Seeing the plan through from point A to point Z. That's the first challenge. The other challenge is maintenance. Nigeria has a very, very poor attitude in terms of maintaining quality infrastructure. So the ghosts of how we've been unable to manage previous infrastructure would always come back to what we are doing in the present. That's the second one. The third one, which you cannot rule out, is corruption, people under supplying or bringing in inferior materials for inflated budgets, as the case may be. I mean, all of those risks will be part of it. So I mean, those are the biggest challenges I can see at the top of my head. As the project goes along, it's always expected that there will be unprepared challenges like what we witnessed when the COVID war happened, where the COVID basically disrupted a lot of things, or the Russia-Ukraine war, where the global supply chain started seeing increase in prices as a result of non-movement of goods across European countries. So, I mean, we would have risks that you can prepare for, and then you would have risks that are unforeseen that you would always expect as well. So, we just pray that things will get it right once and for all.
Absolutely. And if we're to look at we want to measure success in the next 12 to 24 months for the public, how do we measure success?
Well, so success is the government's releasing fund. That's one. Success is we dividing this project into different phases and say, what is phase one of this project? There's a big project that comes to mind when it comes to Nigeria's energy sector. We talked about the Siemens deal. The Siemens power project was supposed to be the next big thing in Nigeria's energy sector. A lot of plan, a lot of talk, a lot of promises, and I mean, I'm not saying the project is dead now, but the pace is a bit slow. So success would be we moving at a faster pace. Success is the government actually putting its money where its mouth is. Success is we actually achieving certain KPI for different stages of the project. And I think once people start seeing success, or once people start seeing development, or once schools around Nigeria can boast of 24 or 20-hour constant power supply, relying on solar alone, I think that's the beginning of greater success to come.
All right, thank you very much, Diko Oladene, head of the energy desk here at Business Day. Thank you for joining us on the big story this morning. That's where we leave it today. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogundebi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello viewers and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obonna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 13th.
On this day in 1987, the New York Times celebrated the 5th birthday of the new bull market. Also on this day, the Dow Jones Industrial Average reached above 2,700 for the first time on heavy trading. The markets were on a tear and the Dow was up to 42% year to date. And on this day in 1998, Russia's financial crisis reached its zenith. As Russia struggled economically, it put capital controls on the ruble, attempting to limit the currency's decline. The country's stock market fell 6% on the news and was down 75% year to date. Short-term interest rates in Russia were at 200% at the time. The panic caused was hurting one hedge fund in particular, Long-Term Capital Management, who had $3.6 billion in assets leveraged at 25-1, much of which was used to bet heavily on Russian bonds. Russia would default on its bonds 4 days later. All equity in Long-Term Capital Management will evaporate in the next 5 weeks. Long-Term Capital Management LP, also known as LTCM, was a highly leveraged hedge fund that had required a $3.6 billion bailout in 1998, arranged by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and founded by the consortium of 14 major banks. Founded in 1994 by John Merriweather, former vice president and head of bond trading at Salomon Brothers, LTCM's board included prominent economists Myron Scholes and Robert C. Merton, who jointly won the 1997 Nobel Prize in Economics for their work on the Black-Scholes model. The fund initially performed exceptionally well, posting annualized returns of 21% in its first year, 43% in its second, and 41% in its third. However, in 1998, the fund suffered catastrophic losses of $4.6 billion in under 4 months. These losses were triggered by LTCM's aggressive use of leverage and its exposure to global market turmoil, especially the 1998 Russian financial crisis. As a result, the fund's flagship vehicle, Long-Term Capital Portfolio LP, collapsed. On September 23rd of 1998, 14 financial institutions agreed to a $3.65 billion recapitalization plan under the oversight of the Federal Reserve to contain the fallout. Ultimately, LTCM was liquidated and was fully dissolved by early 2000. LTCM's primary investment strategy centered on identifying pair of bonds that historically managed a stable price spread. When this spread widened beyond typical levels, the firm would place trades expecting the prices to converge again, profiting from the return to equilibrium. Known as convergence trading, this approach relied on complex quantitative models to detect small deviations from fair value across a wide range of highly liquid securities. These strategies were applied not only across countries but also between different asset classes, often using methods similar to the Fed model. In the fixed income space, LTCM was highly involved in US Treasuries, Japanese government bonds, UK GLITs, Italian BTPs, and Latin American debts. However, their activities extended beyond government bonds and were not confined to specific markets. To enhance returns on small pricing inefficiencies, the firm employed high leverage. At its peak, LTCM was widely regarded as the brightest star on Wall Street, praised for its sophisticated methods and the academic distinction of its founding partners.
And that's how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obonna. Keep watching BDTV.
watching Business Day Television.
This is social listening right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we break down some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me this morning is, of course,
Onyeka Valentine.
I'm ready to see what we have on the social media space today. So many things are trending. It's even hard to keep up these days.
In fact, truth be told, when they call it social media, you wonder, are they taking over social gathering?
Oh,
Yeah.
Of course it has.
It has.
To an extent, though. Because even in the social gatherings, then you're seeing people on social media.
On their phone.
So people are not even taking time to actually bond and connect. And then when you're even out, they are creating content for the social media space.
Meanwhile,
so I don't know if they're even enjoying the time out.
Meanwhile, they used to do then. I don't know if you used to do it now. Once there is a get together, everybody pack your phones and put it in a basket away from the gathering. Let's enjoy
in a basket.
Yes, social gathering. Talk to real humans and not wonder who is behind some handle. You know, it helps the brain to actually create that form of interaction. Anyways, speak about social media.
Let's see what we have on the social media space today. Let's talk about the one which has been making the rounds since 2 days now. The Nigerian Bar Association says it's stepping in to help comfort Emerson, the Ibom Air passenger accused of assaulting flight crew and remanded in prison. Now, the NBA says the airline and the airline operators of Nigeria handled the matter poorly, calling the lifetime ban on her reckless and unlawful. They claim she was forcibly removed from the plane, stripped in public and humiliated, and this was all caught on video. The association says this violated her dignity and right to fair hearing since she wasn't given a chance to respond before being banned. Now, the NBA is offering our free legal support, demanding the lifetime ban to be withdrawn, a public apology issued, and an independent investigation carried out. Well, let's see some of the reactions on social media to this particular situation, which I think was very, very appalling. I mean, I have so many questions for you. Firstly, I don't know what you think about this entire thing. Do you think the NBA is right to focus on our rights despite all of these serious allegations against her?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, let's divorce our emotions from it. That was this emotional side. I look at it squarely, right? There are two ways to it. One, no one should jeopardize the lives of others, especially when it comes to, aviation sector, passenger plane, and that's one. That's if at all she did, which obviously from the story she didn't. Now, if she broke any of the rules, you see, no one is guilty until proven guilty in the court of law. In other words, everyone is innocent. This idea of jungle justice, when are we going to move away from it? Because as far as I'm concerned, what I saw there was jungle justice. If it wasn't because it was on camera, maybe they could have gone ahead to even beat her even more mercilessly than what they've done. Even though what they did to her is even worse because they obviously put her out there. Half-naked.
They make Nigeria seem like a circus because
you understand what I'm saying?
When you see such videos circulating in the manner at which this video has been circulated,
I wonder.
You will say to yourself, I don't want to fly to Nigeria. That's the next thing people are thinking.
And you know what? When someone says, hope Nigeria doesn't happen to you, this is one of the things we're talking about. Where people are quick to judge, quick to act, without even thinking about the repercussion afterwards. I'm sure the person who recorded that and then sent that video is now on a hot seat.
Obviously.
They will track it down to that particular
And the person who recorded it apparently has to be a staff.
One of the staff. So
one of the staff. What was that person thinking?
Exactly. Let's assume there were 10 of them. You need to tell me that when 3 of them come out, they won't pinpoint who and who were there. They will fish the person out.
What was that person thinking?
That's the thing I'm talking about now. You see, people allow social media, right, to be, quote and unquote, a tool to harm others. Because as far as I'm concerned, you will not only see a total disregard of human rights. We also saw a total disregard, right, of the law.
Right.
Because the law does not condone such. You exposing someone's private parts in public. That is soft porn, whether or not you like it. And that should be frowned upon. So I'm not surprised that the NBA has said, look, if you don't have money, we will defend you. We do have some human rights activists and human rights lawyers whose job, what they do is look out for cases where those people who have been held or accused don't have the finance or the whereabouts to go about it.
You know what, Valentine, please hold your thoughts for a bit. Let's see some of the reactions on social media and how the netizens are reacting to this story. Hassan says, honestly, this Ibom airline needs to be banned for their cruelty and indecency.
There we go.
Although what the passenger did is strongly condemned, but she should never be treated like that. Let's see more reactions. Chinedu Igwe says, good one, at least let's hear from the both parties. I think they've already taken a little bit of action in that respect, and from obviously they sent her to pull off in Kirikiri, but they're also kind of taking steps,
subpedaling now.
Subpedaling now, and I think that's also to save face. But Uche Audrey says, nobody heard a personal story. Miss Emerson deserves justice despite whatever she may have done. Ibom Air lawless staff stripped her naked and a court sent her to jail with speed of light. Ibom Air staff are not security officers and have no right to hold her.
Most definitely.
Absolutely. Do we have one more reaction to this conversation? But you know what I find quite interesting? This is not the first time I'm going to be seeing Ibom Air. I don't know if you've not seen before, but I have seen. This is certainly not the first time where I'll see Ibom Air dragging out. Yes, I'll show
passengers.
You. Dragging out a passenger. So this is not the first time. The other one was a man. And if you see the way they were bonding him out, he was like, hey. So when I saw this one, I'm like, wait, is this a thing for this guy? Because when Ibom Air came, I remember everyone was so
passionate about
proud
it,
about
proud
you know, you would say, oh, they don't delay, they don't do this. They had this nice kuli that was just Ibom Air, and you are really happy and saying that, oh, they are bringing this Nigerian heritage to it. But that's the thing about life. All of those good things suddenly wiped away now because of this
one or two bad
because of this, because this one was too much.
It is. Let's be honest. And then another thing about businesses, you see, your customers are the ones that will keep you in business. So if they have, in fact, let's put it this way, let's call it a spade. They shot themselves in the foot. I will explain. You are there to serve the public. And so even if that air hostess, she exercised restraint, shouldn't other people see that she's holding back by not hitting that lady back when the lady was pointing on her face, when Emerson or whatever they call her was pointing on the face of the air hostess? Shouldn't other, I don't know if you call them airport officials, have seen, okay, there's some restraints there? So allow things to cool down. Allow things to simmer down before you jump ahead. You see, it just goes to show you that we are very, very, very emotional in this country, that we don't think of the repercussion when we act. We're quick to react. We don't respond. You see, there are two things now. When you respond to a situation, you've thought about what will happen afterwards if you're irrational with your action. But when you react, you didn't think about properly. You just move with stimuli, and that's a big issue. Now, those people who were there, who partook, or use this word, who were involved in the whole situation, even the person who recorded and the people who were dragging her are all going to answer for it now. They have families. If they lose their jobs, what happens to their family? Because of their families, because of one bad...
Particularly the person who made that video, those people who were dragging her like she was
like a sheep or something.
That person who removed, because that person who removed that, who pulled the cloth, because you were already dragging her. I believe, except she was incapacitated. That's the only reason why. Like, why were you dragging her?
Even if she was armed, There are ways they could have de-escalated it. What they did was, instead of escalating it, they even escalated it even further.
Like you rightly said, jungle justice. Because if you're dragging me like that, I'm going to fight back.
Most definitely. She's not a longer who is a human being.
If you said, because the other conversation is the air hostess was saying she should delete the video that she was trying to make earlier on. But I don't see how it should ever generate dragging out.
So there are many ways they could have handled it. And it couldn't have just hit social media at all. So she recorded. That is fine. I bet you, when you calm down to some certain things, things resolve themselves. Right? There are ways that have done. Okay, lock the door. Wait until everything comes and then charge her to court for delay. She will not pay money. Right? But to now go ahead to treat the bad attitude with another bad attitude, what they've done is you've only said to yourself, you know what? It's better that we retaliate. Because let's be honest, that they were shoving her in their mind of mind, let us do something that will embarrass her for life. That was the plan.
But who is embarrassed now? Anyway, let's move on to our second story, where it takes us to Enugu State, where the Nigerian army says it's investigating soldiers caught on camera making a man swim in dirty blood water. Now, the viral video shows soldiers in full uniform ordering the man, reportedly a driver who splashed water on them, to wade through the filthy water as vehicles passed. The incident happened during a routine security check, and they've promised a thorough investigation and disciplinary action if the soldiers are found guilty, while assuring residents that they remain committed to professionalism. Let's see some of the competitions that are making the rounds on social media. For you, Valentine, do you think this is kind of public humiliation? Do you think it's ever justifiable?
I mean, before now, we've had issues. So the way the military soldiers have been trained is they're not trained like civilians, really. And sometimes some of them allow, because I've seen some very gentle senior officers who deal with issues maturely. So remove the fact that this is someone whoever did that thing, whoever asked the passenger, the driver to swim in the puddle of water or whatever it is. Remove the fact that he's a service person, he's a personnel. Look at it from as a human being. If you are badly behaved, right, the tendency is that you will drag the people that you represent. In this case, whoever did that thing is a badly behaved person. Unfortunately, the person is the personnel of Nigerian Army. Because one of the things they train you in the Army is discipline, loyalty. Discipline. So you should be disciplined at every point in time. You must not jump into conclusion very quickly. Your job, right, is to protect the country's sovereignty, not to harass innocent people. So you realize that most of the time, the people who get involved, the personnel who get involved in this kind of thing are either recruits or people who are some low-ranked soldiers who morally don't. Yeah, no, of course not.
Officers doing things
of course
like
not.
this, really.
Of course not.
It's always, like you said,
yes.
It's always the other round.
Exactly.
But let's very quickly see some of the reactions on social media to this conversation. Humanity says soldiers are ruthless only to civilians. No, I don't think it's only to civilians, but let's see more reactions to this conversation on social media. Sammy Gang says they are heartless, inhuman, and they lack discipline. This is abuse of power.
So again,
there's one more comment. Yes. Alaji Papi says soldiers in other countries may act ruthlessly towards foreign enemies, but are typically supportive of their own citizens. In contrast, our military often intimidates its own people instead of protecting them. Yet, when the military faces adversity, these same citizens pray for their safety and well-being. But are these soldiers ever held accountable? Or is all this talk of probes just empty rhetoric? More reactions? Are there more reactions to the conversation? So that's about the comments we can take on social media today.
Yeah, so I mean, truth be told, before we say anything further, we need to give the Army a round of applause for the hard work that they're doing when it comes to fighting Boko Haram. You know, there's this thing they call post-traumatic stress. That is real, right? You see most of our soldiers fighting hard, our boys fighting hard to keep the integrity of the nation, in different hot areas like, Sambisa Forest and all those areas. So when they come back to society, right, they still have that, that war mode on. And so some citizens, civilians are, put on unquote, badly behaved, right? And so it's not easy to earn that uniform. I must tell you, it's a difficult thing. They go through a lot of rigorous training to get there. So their mindset is to respond to things very quickly, which is why as soon as they are redeployed, as in taken out of battleground, back to base, right? They are all advised to go through, health checks, go through, some one-on-one counseling because of what they've seen on the battlefield. So the spacing between that, consultation with specialists in the military hospital and when they've left active duty, if any civilian gets on their nerve, the tendency that someone can respond very quickly. Again, some civilians, like I said, are badly behaved. I'm not going to start faulting the army now. No, because they're doing a good job. However, we all have bad eggs in different places. You have them in the police, you have them in different places. But this is not to excuse anyone who goes out of their way to, to hurt civilians. I've been shocked before by someone wearing a uniform for something that obviously wasn't necessary. But the way and manner because he was expecting to respond back, react. And I was calm. After a while, he walked up to me and said, "I'm sorry the way I shoved you. I just realized that you were a gentleman because of the way you responded." I said, "It's okay." I asked him, "Do you have any training?" I said, my dad was in the military, so we understood what discipline was. So that explains why you were not quick to respond. Now, what brought that situation, what caused that whole scenario was something different. But again, you don't want to be around a place where you see somebody being oppressed. You want to speak up. You want to speak up. At the same time, you don't want to get into the bad books of someone who's wearing a uniform so that they don't, one way or the other, begin to maltreat you. But given at that, right, there's also a giving for people to behave properly. These boys of ours fighting in those violent-prone areas are working so hard. You have no idea their mental state of mind at that time. Then, in the middle of the road, they are coming back from that kind of, ordeal that they've seen, and one civilian comes and insults them. They are fighting on your behalf. So there's a tendency that you might react and say, "Look, you know what? Let's show you what it's like to protect the integrity of the nation, to protect the sovereignty of the nation." However, our boys out there always tamper these issues, with a bit of leniency. Again, we've heard that they are being investigated to find out exactly what happened and how they went about. But let's see how that unfolds, really.
Absolutely. Let's see how that unfolds. Well, that's where we wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment from NBA's defense of Comfort Emancing and the Army's probe into the soldiers in Enugu. What we're seeing is need to uphold discipline. I mean, as much as we, frown on certain ways that, authorities decide to go about enforcing discipline, we're also seeing that there's a little bit of indiscipline
by some civilians,
society. Yes. So, and that needs to be addressed. How it should be addressed? Well, they need to add a little bit of professionalism to it, but
sides
there needs to be some discipline, because anywhere that there's no law and order, there's chaos.
Oh yeah, there's chaos, there's anarchy.
Exactly. Well, that's where we wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to a new week, and this is Economy and Market on BDTV. We're starting off with the business news that have been making the rounds. So we start with the update from the stock market. Last week we saw the market capitalization of the NGX hit 83.2 trillion naira, as we've seen mid-cap stocks, as we've been seeing over the last few weeks, shining. On Friday, July 18, the market closed with a 1% gain, rising by over 1,300 points to hit a new all-share index of 133,585 points. Bullish sentiment drove the market, with daily trading volume spiking to 3.3 billion shares from 1.19 billion shares on Thursday. Market capitalization crossed 83 trillion for the first time, settling at 83.2 trillion naira. Among the top gainers, we saw Lane Africa, we saw NCR and UPDC leading the gainers. Then on the losing side, we see Red Star Express and Union Deconsult among the top losers. They declined by 9.97 and 9.62%. FCMB and Fidelity Bank dominated trading volumes with 1.3 billion shares and 1.1 billion shares. The all-share index has firmed above 131,000, has been driven by some select stock. It is assumed that if with this investor sentiment stays upbeat, the index could hit 135,000 in the near term. Year-to-date performance stands at 27.8%. Then we're moving on to the money market, as we saw that mutual funds have attracted 1.99 trillion naira in the first half of 2025. The Nigerian mutual fund industry saw robust growth in H1 2025, attracting 1.99 trillion naira in net inflows. According to SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the industry's net asset value surged from 3.98 trillion to 5.98 trillion naira, which represents a 50% growth. Money market funds led this growth in the mutual fund industry, expanding from 1.68 trillion to 3.14 trillion. Then we saw dollar funds, real estate investment trust, equity-based, balanced, and fixed income funds also recording growth. Then specialized funds such as clean energy and gender-focused funds rose from 3.7 billion to 17.63 billion during the period under review. The growth basically underscores Nigerian investors' trust in mutual funds for wealth preservation and moderate growth. We move on to the deal that we saw happen last week. The Attorney General of the Federation has clarified that the RC Investment Manager is part of the First Holdco and CBN trustees for the shares deal. The federal government denied its involvement in the acquisition of 25% of First Holdco PLC shares by RC Investment Management Limited. This is according to a release by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, dismissing reports suggesting that the government participated in the transaction. First Holdco also stated that its chairman, Femi Otedola, was not involved. RC Investment Management is probably a special purpose vehicle in a trustee arrangement set up by First Holdco with the CBN. The CBN approved Stanbic IBTC to oversee the trustee as a third party. The sellers of the shares were Barbican Capital Limited and its affiliate, as well as Leadway Group and its affiliate. According to findings by Business, the RC Investment Management is associated with Samuel Sule, who is the CEO of Renaissance Capital Africa. The CBN brokered this deal to resolve First Holdco's leadership crisis. RC Investment's role as a trustee will involve holding the shares in custody for other investors, which is a common practice in such arrangements. Then moving on to the confidence index, as we saw industry rise. Industry is leading as confidence in the economy rises to 20.7 index point. Confidence in Nigeria's economy strengthened in June 2025, with the overall confidence index rising to 20.7 index points from 18.7 in May. The Central Bank of Nigeria's Business Expectation Survey revealed rising optimism among businesses about macroeconomic prospects, particularly in industry-driven activity. The industry sector led the surge with the highest confidence at 23.1 index points. All sectors reported a positive outlook driven by expectations of higher business activity volumes. The confidence index is projected to rise to 41.3 index points over the next 6 months. Businesses flagged high interest rates, insecurity, and insufficient power supply as some of their top constraints. Despite this, firms expect activities to pick up with indications of increased hiring in July 2025. average capacity utilization dipped slightly to 58.2% in June. Then we move on to Augusto & Co. upgrading Odua's group credit rating from A+ to AA-. Odua Investment Company Limited is owned by the 6 southwest states of Nigeria, and they announced that Augusto & Co. has upgraded their credit rating from an A+ to an AA- with a stable outlook. This upgrade reflects improved operating income and cash flow driven by higher dividends, investment returns, and stronger rental earnings. The rating acknowledges Odua's strategic repositioning, including divestments from underperforming assets and reinvestment in high-yielding portfolios. Odua Group Chairman Bimbo Ashiru highlighted that the company's commitment to prudent financial management and sustainable value creation. Augusto & Co. noted that underperforming legacy assets and macroeconomic challenges like inflation and high energy costs are potential risks for the company. But however, the company remains confident that the strengthened capital base and strategic investments will sustain a positive financial trajectory and enhance contribution to the Southwest region's economic development. Then finally, we are seeing that NVIDIA CEO has sold some of his shares. That's Jensen Huang. He sold some of the shares in NVIDIA. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang sold about 75,000 shares valued at approximately $12.94 million. This is according to a new SEC filing. The sale is part of a plan adopted in March for Huang to sell up to 6 million shares of the leading AI company. Earlier this week, he sold 225,000 shares, totaling about $37 million. NVIDIA announced plans to resume sales of its H20 chips to China, H20 chips to China soon, following signals from the Trump administration that export licenses would be approved. Surging demand for AI has boosted Huang's net worth and pushed NVIDIA's market capitalization above $4 trillion, making it the world's most valuable company. Huang wants to sell chips more advanced than the H20 to China at some point. After the break, we return with market rundown from last week Wednesday. Stay with us. Welcome back to Economy and Markets, and we are going straight into the market snapshot from last week Friday. On Friday, the NGX All-Share Index surged by over 1,300 points, 1,301.79 points, closing at a new all-share index of 131,585.66 points, representing a 1% gain, bringing the overall year-to-date returns to a robust 27.84%. We saw market capitalization go up to 83.241 trillion naira. In terms of volume traded, we saw 3.35 billion shares traded, valued at about 62.39 billion naira. Last week, we recorded over 500 billion naira in trades during the week, the highest ever seen on the NGX. Then we move on to the top gainers and losers. We see setting the pace on Friday was NTR, the telecoms company, gaining 10%. Len Africa, the publishing company, gaining 10%, and UPDC also gaining 10% to hit a share price of 484 kobo. Then Boa Cement, another large cap company, gained 9.98% to hit a share price of 123 naira. Ella Lakes, after some few days of being down, went back up 9.98% to hit a share price of 10 naira 80 kobo. And amongst our losers on the flip side, we saw Red Star Express down 9.97%, close at a share price of 12 naira 92 kobo. Union Decon 9.62% decline to close at a share price of 10 naira 80 kobo. Academy Press down 6.67% to close at a share price of 7 naira. Then Sterling Bank, Sterling Holdco down 4.34% to close at a share price of 6 naira 17 kobo. Then we see First Holdco, First Bank, basically after days of rallying, over 21% gain between Wednesday and Thursday, went down by 4.10% to close at a share price of 33 naira 95 kobo. Amongst our most actively traded stocks, FCMB Group led trading with 1.31 billion shares valued at about 12.63 billion naira. They were followed by Fidelity Bank that saw 1.15 billion shares in trading value of about 23 billion naira. Then we also saw a lot of action on Access Holdings 113.8 million shares in deals worth about 3.07 billion naira. Chams Holdco 92.621 million shares in and a trading value of about 293.87 million naira. Zenith Bank also saw significant trading action, 50.7 million shares in deals worth about 3.622 billion naira. In terms of the weekly market cap, last week from Monday to Friday, we saw the NGX climb by over 5,000 points. The All-Share Index gained 5,436 points, representing a 4.31 weekly gain as the market hit a new all-time high. And in terms of our weekly performers, Unicel was part of them. Unicel gained 32.6% during the week. Boa Cement also gained 31.3%, rallied by over 30%. ABC Transport, Associated Bus Company, rallied by 28.4% during that week. And we also saw industrial and medical gases accelerate by 24.9% during the week. Secure Electronic Technology rallied by 21% that week. And amongst our big weekly losers, we saw Academy Press leading the race. It lost over 24%, almost a quarter of its value last week. RT Briscoe down 22.7%. The same thing, Curtix down 19.6%, almost about 20% of its value. Cavertine was also down by 19.3%. And Champion Breweries, after weeks of rallying, we saw quite a bit of profit taking on Champion Breweries last week as it closed at 17.5%. Then when we look at the sectoral highlights, we saw that there was a remarkable 19% gain surge in the industrial goods sector, especially boosted by Boa Cement. Basically, it signals a renewed confidence in some of Nigeria's growth sector. Over the week, we saw the banking sector up by 5.3%, insurance down by 3.65%, consumer goods slightly up by 1.34%. However, oil and gas down by 0.76%, and industrial goods soared by over 19%. Basically, mixed signals from the oil and gas and the insurance sector, coupled with some global headwinds we are seeing, calls for caution. And on the global side, the US Dow Jones Index slipped by 0.32%. The S&P stayed flat, closed around 0.01% on Friday, and Nasdaq also went up by 0.05%. So there was a lot of flat movement in the US market. In Asia, Nikkei 225 went down 0.21%, Kospi down 0.13%. However, Hang Seng rallied by 1.33%, and in Europe we saw modest gains as the FTSE was also up by 0.22%. There was flat closing in France as the CAC 40 went up 0.01% and the DAX index down 0.33%. On the currency side, we've not seen quite a bit of action on the currency. Although currency pressure still exists, the Naira is strong enough to withstand some of those pressures. The Naira closed at 1,532 against the dollar in the official market. In the euros, it closed at 1,781 naira to the euros, and on the UK side, 2,054 naira to the British pounds. And after the break, we return with a conversation on sustainable financing. And in the studio, I have Wade Aimi. After the break, we'll meet him. In the studio this morning, I have here Wade Aimi, who is a chartered accountant and a thought leader. He has featured in some pivotal roles in Nigeria's energy sector, particularly with Sahara Group, where he built a core framework for internal audit, risk management, and compliance. As the acting managing director of Sahara Bulk Storage Facilities, he guided the company through some critical operational transitions, overseeing logistics and warehousing. Notably, he pioneered Sahara Group's inaugural sustainability report in 2015, and he replicated this milestone at Ikeja Electric and Egbin Power PLC, setting industry benchmark for responsible business within Nigeria's power sector. His impact now extends to digital media and fintech, as he is a board advisor with Financial Services Innovator, where they're nurturing Nigeria's growing fintech ecosystem. Through his consulting firm, Accounting Lab Limited, he advises Egbin Power PLC on sustainability reporting and content strategy. This morning on the show we have Mr. Wade Aimi. Good morning and welcome to the show, sir.
Good morning, David. Great to be here.
Yeah, it's nice to sit here and interview, talk about sustainable financing in this Nigerian economic landscape. When you talk about the word sustainable financing, sustainability reporting, there is a lot of, it sounds like buzzwords. Sometimes a lot of these corporations release reports about sustainable financing, sustainability reporting, and all. So basically, just lead us through it. What is sustainable finance, and why is it important in this? Why is it crucial to our landscape in Nigeria, our economic landscape in Nigeria?
Okay, so sustainable finance, is financing that integrates environmental, social, and government activities, what you call ESG today. Sometimes you replace the environment for economic.
Okay.
So it could be ESG, economic, social, and governance. It could be ESG, environmental, social, and governance. And this is really because you're trying to foster long-term growth.
Okay.
But let me just give some context to that. When you look at a lot of the happenings that have come into sustainability and sustainability reporting, financing, and so on, it comes from the MDGs, the Millennial Development Goals, which ended in 2014, 2015, and then came out the SDGs, which is the Sustainable Development Goals, where for the first time the UN brought together the private sector into public space so that they could work together. And in 2015, I remember when the SDG launched his platform, he set up what you call the advisory group, which had about 15 companies. The company I used to work for then was a member, and I was fortunate to be party to understanding how that works and brings it into what you call sustainability. So you have the 17 SDGs, 1 to 17, which is about partnership. But first, just to quickly, like I said, bring context to it, you must place the SDGs into 3 broad frameworks. There's one that deals with the economy, which is SDG 8, 9, 10, and 12, creating decent workspace, industry innovation, reduced inequality, responsible consumption, because that's where businesses play. And then you look at the society as the next part of this, which has to do with SDG 1 to 5, no poverty, no hunger, and stuff like that. And then you look at those that deal with the biosphere, which is SDG 6, 13 to 15. So that way, it helps you understand better what ESG is really speaking to, meaning that how are businesses operating responsibly towards ensuring that at the end of the day, the world is a better place.
Okay, so basically within the scope of, so for example, an average Nigerian will probably say, how can I fit this into my business landscape? What do I do? How does this come into play in my business landscape? What's the importance of all of this? You are telling me to plant trees when I'm trying to pay staff?
That's a brilliant question, because when everybody talks about ESG, the first thing that comes to you is climate.
Yes.
But what I have come to realize that, like I explained, the 3 linkages of the SDGs, which helps to form the broader framework for the ESG application. It's a journey. It's not a tick box exercise. It means that you as an organization has to build a system. It's not just about the board. It's every member of the organization contributing to, one, how do you do business? Is it just about profits and taking away today and then tomorrow there's nothing for you? Let's remember, today's child is tomorrow's consumer.
Yes.
And so if you're not creating the right environment for them to, one, get decent work, and you may live in societies where they have quality education, there's gender equality, then what are you preparing for? And I always use this analogy in the terms of where there is no economic and social, what are we talking about in terms of biosphere, which has to do with life on earth, life on the water, climate change. A good example would be where you have not provided social amenities. So how do people think about climate change? A man who doesn't have money to buy gas or cooker, definitely he's going to cut trees because he has to feed.
Yes.
I'm not saying that's right, but these are things that must be looked at all hand in hand, and then you now start to look at it. How do businesses shape their narratives in the way they run those businesses in terms of their governance structure? Do they have proper governance structures? Do they have proper boards as they kick off? Do they have operational systems that if Mr. A is not there, Mr. B knows what is going on, and so on and so forth? So, like I always tell people, it's not just about the board of the organization. It's every member of the organization contributing its own quota from his own operational aspect towards the broader perspective of ensuring that, one, you do business responsibly, you're able to access funds responsibly, and then those funds are being put into things that would create long-term value.
Okay.
Not just long-term profit, not just short-term profit.
So, do we have any? Does Nigeria have any policy framework or regulatory framework, especially on the subject of sustainable finance?
There are some. Well, I don't know whether they are full-time framework, and there's something I'm working on which probably will come out in the next few weeks. But Nigeria adopted the Sustainable Financial Principles, which comes from SEC. What does that do? It helps to ensure that at the end of the day is to create businesses that are resilient, that are competitive, towards ensuring that not just the environment, even social and governance structures are working properly, and then systems work. What are the key features? Corporate governance, transparent financial reporting. Remember, the Financial Reporting Council, along with the standard boards, accounting standard boards, released the ISSB 1 and 2, which was to help report how organizations are going about sustainability within their businesses. And like I said, it's not a tick box exercise. It's a journey. It transcends time. So you and I can be here today, but once you set the right framework for it, what it then means that the next generation of people will walk into it and see that you do business responsibly.
Okay. So now the question I want to ask is, these are the word I'll use is green bonds. ESG linked loans. We see that a lot right now. We've been seeing recently the federal government just issued another set of green bonds. I think Access Bank issued some set of green bonds some months or a year ago, and we've been seeing it. So what exactly are these things? What are green bonds? What are climate linked financing, climate finance instruments? What are they exactly?
Okay, so the first thing is, what is a bond?
A bond
is a debt.
It's a debt, yes.
Exactly. So what do you, when you say green bonds, when you refer to sustainability, everybody talks about green, meaning that the environment must be green. But there are two aspects of it. There's the green and there's the blue, meaning land and water. So it's very important that we take those two things into context. So someone can come up tomorrow and say, like, we know that they're talking a lot about this administration, talking a lot about the blue economy, which has to do with water. But nobody really focuses on that. Why? Because like I said, everybody is on climate. There's so much financing for climate activities. But when you don't put into context, like I said, the economic and the social, then all these issues in terms of funding, because whatever you're funding has to do from the perspective of the economy and the society towards providing the right atmosphere for it. So what are green bonds? They are basically bonds, like your normal bonds, but they're tied to projects that we say will create long-term sustainability.
Okay.
Some of them.
So they may not necessarily be tied to climate.
Not necessarily only to climate. It could be tied to agriculture.
Okay.
It could be tied to waste management. It could be tied to. I know that so one of the development banks, the African Development Bank, supports a lot in the creative sector in terms of sustainable funding. Why? Because when you look at those things, fashion, filmmaking, music, and everything all ties together in order for you to create
a sustainable.
Well, I don't want to use the word, to create an environment where people of the future will have something to use.
Okay.
When we all go away, and that's what sustainable financing speaks to. A lot of people say, oh, it's agriculture, energy, in terms of renewable energy, in terms of transition energy, uses like gas, trying to move from fossil fuel to gas, which is the transition into renewable energy.
So basically, I'm hearing a lot, but one thing I want to ask is, it sounds like when you talk about sustainable financing, we can see long-term financing.
Well, it depends on how you look at it. All forms of financing could be short, long,
I'm looking at it not from the
medium. No, what we are saying is that you are investing in projects that will create long-term sustainability.
Exactly.
Not just about profitability,
yes,
but it creates new value. It creates more wealth for a larger number of people at the end of the day, rather than you just thinking about profitability.
So the point, that's where I was getting to. The point is, it's not in the term of the loan. I was talking about in the sense that the loan or the financing is really tied to projects that can create a long-term value.
Well, they're tied to projects that have been classified under green, like I explained to you. There are a number of activities under agriculture, under tech, under energy, under waste and water management. How do you do those things in a manner whereby you're creating a system that is long lasting and you are not wasting the resources of today, and those who are coming in the future will not be able to have the resources too.
Okay. So you just led to the next question I wanted to ask. What sectors basically present the most potential for sustainable financing? What sector?
All sectors do, but a lot of focus goes into agriculture, into energy, into waste and water management.
How about manufacturing?
Oh yes, it does. Like I said, every sector. So let me use an example in manufacturing. How are you manufacturing your goods?
Okay.
What kind of raw materials are you using? Are they earth friendly? What kind of industry systems do you have? Are you just emitting gas into the air, which is what a lot of people are talking about in terms of climate change, your CO2 emissions? How are you managing that? So those kind of organizations who start to do those things that you see that relate to the ESGs, that relate to the SDGs and how they're applying them in doing business, can easily can attract those kind of funding. And it is really, really important. Like I said, it helps you manage a number of things. One, governance is really key, because if you don't have the right governance structure, then every other thing we're talking about makes no sense. Two, transparency in how you do things, in the world today. Yes, in your reporting, in how you carry out your activities, in human rights activities, in labor rights activities, in even applying the laws and principles in terms of how you do business. So when everybody talks about sustainability, everybody just thinks, oh, okay, just tick the boxes. Oh, you write a sustainability report. Oh, you have a board of directors. Okay, tick. You have an independent director. Okay, tick. No, it's a journey on how organizations decide to run those businesses more transparently, looking at the future when they are when those, whether who set it up or those who are running it today, are no longer there, that the next generation can come in. But like I said, let's remember that today's child is tomorrow's leader. And not only that, today's child is tomorrow's consumer. So if he has nothing left, if he's dead tomorrow, then next tomorrow, there's nobody to consume your goods.
So now what we've said a lot around long-term value. What are some of the challenges that you feel like banks, investors, they face when they want to adopt sustainable financing? Let's say we have a number of ESG linked loans. We have a number of ESG linked loans, climate financing on different levels, but sometimes it seems like, what are some of those challenges you think they will face when they want to award, or say they want to link certain sustainability projects that they can term sustainable projects? What are some of the challenges that they face?
So the first part of it is, one, what is your governance structure? There are proper policies in place that address a number of issues. So it's not just about whether, like I said, it's not just tied to or climate. It's tied to how you run your business. Do you have governance structures? Are people able to do their work without harassment? Do you have proper policies that run the organization? If the CEO is not there, can the organization run? Those kind of things. And those are the things that those who have those kind of funding will be looking at and are continually looking at. How are you improving on them? How are you improving on the way you have? How do you appoint your board of directors? How do the management and the board of directors relate? Is it that once Wade speaks and then whether every member of the board says anything, it makes no difference? So there are a number of things that you need to look at. And when you look at between 2015 and 2017, the NGX released his sustainable guidelines, which has helped a number of
companies, listed companies.
Yes, listed companies start to provide those kind of information. Some of them, the good thing about it is that you must release your annual report and you must speak about those things as the things that you've done in terms of sustainability. And what we have seen over time is a number of those organizations are tending in that direction. However, there is a huge challenge for the informal sector. I'm just starting my business. I don't have those structures, but I have a project that makes sense, and that's where the banks help start to administer those things. It's like 20-30 years ago we didn't have a credit bureau.
Yes,
exactly. Today there is an association of sustainability professionals who can speak to those things, who are working in some of the large organizations. There are people like me, if I can use myself as an example, yes, who have been dealing with this and dealing with some of the big companies in terms of how you journey on your sustainability footprint. For me, it's always about the footprints. Are they lasting, or are you will it stand the test of time? Will you walk on the sand of time and everybody will say, oh, that's David's footprint, that's what he created? And I've seen organizations do that. And there is huge potentials. Between 2019 and 2022, Nigeria attracted about 4.4 billion in terms of green financing. Some of them are not going to be those that you see on the bonds. Some of them are going to come from private individuals or institutional investors who invest in some of those small businesses. There's a beehive of activity happening in that space, in the creative sector, in the agricultural sector, in the manufacturing sector, a lot of waste to energy, yes, and plastics management and so on. But we're really not hearing those stories, and which is something, in my own opinion, is an area that we need to start to look into, because if between 2012 and 2024, the cumulative investment of sustainable financing has grown from 5.1 billion to $6.7 trillion.
Okay.
Then you start to imagine the kind of opportunities they have for Nigeria.
In that particular
yes,
space.
A lot of them happen to be in Europe, USA, and China. You can imagine the kind of things that we can do in Africa with the kind of population that we have.
Thank you so much for this discourse. It's been quite an insightful discussion on economy and markets, and Mr. Wade Ayimi has been of immense help contributing to this conversation. Thank you for sticking with us, and this is Economy and Markets. I'm your host, David Olujimi.
years is not too early to campaign. People just say that.
I want my children to be great.
Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria.
There is no profit in business again.
Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering.
I did not vote for Tinubu, I will not lie.
I read about the student loan, but I was told it was not real.
Many have weighed in their opinions on the issues surrounding the 2 years so far with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How far has it been? It has been 2 years. And so, we decided to get out there on the streets to talk to market women, talk to students, and also speak to some professionals who understand what leadership is. And my team, of course, had all that time that they needed. But more importantly, the question is, so far, are we feeling the brunt or are we enjoying the leadership? All these questions need to be asked so we know exactly where we are as a country. So this is how far, so far, on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership in Nigeria. So let's take a look and see what we had to gather. We'll be right back.
That would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
2 years ago, a promise of renewed hope, Bola Ahmed Tinubu stepped into Nigeria's highest office. He inherited a nation's yearning for change, grappling with complex changes and challenges. Well, today, as his administration marked its second anniversary, we asked the question, so far, and how far has Nigeria come? From bustling markets to quiet neighborhoods, the heart of Nigeria beats with a mix of expectations and experiences. So we spoke with ordinary Nigerians from the marketplace.
I will tell you to go and check all these products. All these local made, they're supposed to reduce the price. They should check where they are producing it. If it is stores they are taxing them, that is making everything to cost, they should know how to do it because all these local made supposed to benefit us. It's not important now. Why are they suffering us? Look at, you cannot, if you want to buy biscuits now, before you buy this one, they will give you another one. Without that one, they will not allow you to buy your right one. Everything is just upside down. Tinubu should make things good for us. He should visit all this, especially these local goods. Because the way the thing is coming out now, we are just like selling for them. There's no profit.
I did it for Tinubu. Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering, to my own perception. Because if you look it from the critical view, Nigeria has been corrupted before Tinubu climbed the seat, to my own view. Though I'm jobless for now, but it's not Tinubu's fault. This is my 40 years of graduating, but I didn't regret it. Under Lagos State, during the Tinubu regime, I've acquired many skills under his regime.
I stay in Surulere. So in the morning, my husband will come and drop me. He will come and drop me here. My going home with my son, I spend, if I do Aroro, I will spend 2,000. If I do not do Aroro, I will spend like 2,200 or 2,400. When I'm very small, it's our father that has gone out to go and hustle. But now, we women, what we are doing now, we're doing many things. We are more than men now in the house. We are the men in the house now. I want my children to be great.
To schools and universities, and of course some students. And their voices painted a vivid picture.
The impact of Tinubu for the 2 years that he's on the as the president of Nigeria, and also for the economy also, sir. From my place to my school here, because I live at Ibejuleki, so me coming here, I spent 5,000 naira for transport fare. If I'm also going back home, I spend 5,000 naira, making 10,000 naira. So for this month alone, I've been spending 40,000 naira on only transport fare alone. Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria. If I'm coming to the school, I have to do what? I have to eat. Let's say I estimate myself for the food. I eat, let's say 1,000. So it's a lot. I heard about the student loan that we can actually take a loan that when we want to fill the form, they will ask for the name of the school and everything, and also the account of the school. They will deposit the money into the account of the school. That after we graduated from the school, they will be deducting the money from our salary. but I've not been benefited from the loan.
Has affected me negatively because it's first out with my parents. So whatever affects my parents will affect me. It has not been easy to support my education. They should just consider us more on their plans and anything they want to do. They should consider the students. Like I had to come here from Badagry because my study center at Badagry does not have a lab for our practicals. So I had to come all the way from Badagry here to find a place to stay and all of that. That's been very risky and not easy. I've heard about the student loan, but also this was not real.
For some, the fuel subsidy removal and rising cost of living have brought significant hardship, while for others, they acknowledged the tough decisions holding on to hope for long-term gains was necessary. But again, insecurity remains a deep concern for many. Even as the government reports progress, it's a daily balance between struggling and resilience for Nigerians. So to understand the strategic shift, Elizabeth and I from BDTV News turn to Professor Anthony Killer, who is the director of SIAPS, a leading strategist in governance and policy making. He highlights the administration's bold reform like the exchange rate unification aimed at fiscal stability and attracting investment, which was not bad. But again, while these moves are made, the administration undoubtedly has caused immediate economic pain, particularly with inflation.
I am one of those people, the few of us left, that do not agree that removing fuel subsidy was a good idea.
Fuel subsidy is gone.
A lot of people agree that it's a good idea, including those who are against it before. All of a sudden they agree, let history and their conscience judge them. Because when some of us were against it, it wasn't personal, it wasn't political. It was pure economics. Why am I against removal of fuel subsidy? Because I know as a trained economist, and I want to underline that, when you remove fuel subsidy from a system like Nigeria, I was against it under Jonathan because I said it will increase the price of transportation, it will increase the price of food, it will create poverty. And that is exactly what has happened now. If you say to me that you have to remove fuel subsidy, you have to tell me two things. One, why do you want to remove it? And two, what are you going to do with the removal? If you're removing it because people are corrupt, then gather the corrupt people together and jail them or stop them from being corrupt. The people involved in the corruption of fuel subsidy are less than 2,000. So because of 2,000 people, you're going to make 200 million people suffer. That does not make sense the way I was brought up. But there's something very wrong about that, and it needs to be said.
Professor Anthony Killer also went on to point out some key areas where Tinubu's administration and style has affected the nation, but the challenge still lies in translating these policies into tangible improvements for every citizen of Nigeria.
I think so far the government is very high on intentions and politics, but rather low on governance.
Okay.
And I say this because I use three elements, three criteria. What did they meet there? What did they promise? And what do we expect from them? When they were going to government, what the promise was lower prices, more food, more employment, a better Nigeria. For any reason in the world. That is, by the way, so far so bad because the cost of energy has gone up, the cost of electricity has gone up, prices of food have gone up.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know, maybe they're building the house, maybe it will be better, but in the meantime, it is rough for people, and it must be said, because if it is not said, government might get a wrong impression. Whether they are doing it for our own good. They celebrate reforms. Technically, I can see some of these reforms. I disagree with some of these reforms. I think we're halftime now. At halftime, government should be saying, I have done this, not I am going to do. I call it governance by tenses. By halftime, government should be using past tense, not future tense. So they shouldn't be saying what they're doing or what they plan to do. I think that's not good for Nigeria. And because I'm not a partisan politician, I still hope that, they do something very quickly to improve the situation But generally, the situation is bad. If you're in a country where the bag of rice is more than the salary
Of the average
Nigerian,
Mm-hmm.
that's not a good place to be.
So it is no news that President Tinubu's first 2 years have been marked by often difficult decisions to spark growth and changes in our economy. But again, is Nigeria now on a better trajectory? That's the question mark. And the path ahead is still unfolding, for sure, but fraught with both promises and ongoing hurdles. We ask again, so far, as the nation moves forward, should the ultimate measure of his leadership so far be focused on how swiftly and equitably the benefits of renewed hope is touching Nigerians in different ways? If at all, has it truly reached the homes and lives of all Nigerians? Well, the journey continues. And so you heard everyone's opinion, from students to market women. You heard them rant over how they've gone through a lot and how it's difficult for them to be able to come to work or go to marketplace, even be able to get to lectures on time. Does this mean that Nigerians are going through a lot? Does it mean that the fuel subsidy removal affected the nation in a very, negative manner or otherwise? Now, we also heard Professor Anthony Killer being interviewed by Elizabeth, and you heard all he had to say. As a professional, he weighed in. But looking at the streets right now, as people begin to say, people are still buying fuel at exorbitant prices, but they have the money to buy this fuel. So the question is, 2 years has come and has gone. Are we moving forward or are we regressing? You decide. Has the 2 years of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu favored you or not? A big question that needs big answers. My name is Onika Valentine, BDTV. Until some other time, let's keep hoping.
Hello viewers, and welcome to Today in History here on bdtv, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Ogbonna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 13th.
On this day in 1987, the New York Times celebrated the 5th birthday of the new bull market. Also on this day, the Dow Jones Industrial Average reached above 2,700 for the first time on heavy trading. The markets were on a tear and the Dow was up to 42% year to date. And on this day in 1998, Russia's financial crisis reached its zenith. As Russia struggled economically, it put capital controls on the ruble, attempting to limit the currency's decline. The country's stock market fell 6% on the news and was down 75% year to date. Short-term interest rates in Russia were at 200% at the time. The panic caused was hurting one hedge fund in particular, Long-Term Capital Management, who had $3.6 billion in assets leveraged at 25-1, much of which was used to bet heavily on Russian bonds. Russia would default on its bonds 4 days later. All equity in Long-Term Capital Management will evaporate in the next 5 weeks. Long-Term Capital Management LP, also known as LTCM, was a highly leveraged hedge fund that had required a $3.6 billion bailout in 1998, arranged by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and founded by the consortium of 14 major banks. Founded in 1994 by John Merriweather, former vice president and head of bond trading at Salomon Brothers, LTCM's board included prominent economists Myron Scholes and Robert C. Merton, who jointly won the 1997 Nobel Prize in Economics for their work on the Black-Scholes model. The fund initially performed exceptionally well, posting annualized returns of 21% in its first year, 43% in its second, and 41% in its third. However, in 1998, the fund suffered catastrophic losses of $4.6 billion in under 4 months. These losses were triggered by LTCM's aggressive use of leverage and its exposure to global market turmoil, especially the 1998 Russian financial crisis. As a result, the fund's flagship vehicle, Long-Term Capital Portfolio LP, collapsed. On September 23rd of 1998, 14 financial institutions agreed to a $3.65 billion recapitalization plan under the oversight of the Federal Reserve to contain the fallout. Ultimately, LTCM was liquidated and was fully dissolved by early 2000. LTCM's primary investment strategy centered on identifying a pair of bonds that historically managed a stable price spread. When the spread widened beyond typical levels, the firm would place trades expecting the prices to converge again, profiting from the return to equilibrium. Known as convergence trading, this approach relied on complex quantitative models to detect small deviations from fair value across a wide range of highly liquid securities. These strategies were applied not only across countries but also between different asset classes, often using methods similar to the Fed model. In the fixed income space, LTCM was highly involved in US Treasuries, Japanese government bonds, UK gilts, Italian BTPs, and Latin American debts. However, their activities extended beyond government bonds and were not confined to specific markets. To enhance returns on small pricing inefficiencies, the firm employed high leverage. At its peak, LTCM was widely regarded as the brightest star on Wall Street, praised for its sophisticated methods and the academic distinction of its founding partners.
And that's how far we can take you today in history here on bdtv. I am Norma Ogbonna. Keep watching bdtv.
watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Dangote Refinery cuts petrol price to 820 naira per litre, ready CNG trucks for August 15th. Health sector crisis persists despite 5.4 trillion naira World Bank loans. Authorities withdraw criminal case against Ibom Air passenger, reduce from one's flight ban to 1 month. Russia hopes for improving ties with US after Putin Trump Alaska summit. Newcastle in advanced talks with Villa for Ramsey. Let's now begin the news in Nigeria, where Dangote Refinery has reduced the ex-depot price of premium motor spirit from 850 naira to 820 naira per litre. This was disclosed in a statement on Tuesday by Anthony Chiejina, Chief Branding and Communication Officer of the Dangote Group. A check of the company's official X page also confirms this latest development. The refinery further stated that in line with its commitment to operational excellence and sustainable energy solutions, it will begin the phased rollout of 4,000 compressed natural gas power trucks for nationwide fuel distribution starting 15th August 2025. Now moving on, the World Bank approved a total of 3.53 billion US dollars, that is 5.4 trillion naira, at the official exchange rate of 1,535 naira per dollar in health-related loans to Nigeria over the past 9 years. However, the Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria, the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives, as well as health officials and states, argued that despite the substantial funds committed to healthcare infrastructure in Nigeria and the loans from the World Bank, the results are not visible. According to the industry operators, the country still has a poor state of health infrastructure that does not reflect the huge amount of loans that have been collected from the global financial firm. A review of publicly available data on the World Bank official project portal revealed that between 2016 and 2025, at least 11 major health sector projects secured funding totaling 3.527 billion US dollars in loans and an additional 111.29 million US dollars in grants. This brings the total World Bank financial commitment for health-focused intervention in Nigeria to approximately 3.64 billion US dollars during the period under review. And to end the local news, the federal government says it has withdrawn all criminal complaints against Comfort Emerson, the passenger involved in an unruly incident aboard an Ibom Air flight on August 10th, 2025. The authorities have also reduced the flight ban imposed on Fuji music icon Wasiu Ayinde Marshal Kwanwan from an indefinite sanction to 1 month. Festus Keyamo, the Minister for Aviation and Aerospace Development, disclosed the decisions in a statement on Wednesday after consultation with key aviation stakeholders, airline operators, and those involved in the recent wave of airport-related altercation. Keyamo said both cases had been reviewed in light of appeals from well-meaning individuals and the remorse shown by the parties involved. In Emerson's case, he said Ibom Air had agreed to withdraw its complaint after the passenger expressed great remorse during a police interview conducted in the presence of a lawyer. And following the withdrawal, the police will work to facilitate her release from Kirikiri prison within the week. The minister also secured the agreement of the airline operator of Nigeria to lift the lifetime ban imposed on her. We then move to the foreign scene, where Russia has revealed that it hopes that the upcoming meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and US President Donald Trump could help normalize bilateral relations. According to Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Rybakov, the Alaska summit could also help advance the resolution of specific issues including the resumption of direct passenger flights between the two countries. Earlier on Monday, Trump announced that his upcoming meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin on Friday will be a fill-out meeting. Russian President aide Yuri Yushkov said the choice of venue is logical, noting that region is where the economic interests of both countries intersect. President Volodymyr Zelensky revealed on Wednesday that Ukraine and its allies must work together to pressure Russia into ending its invasion, ahead of talks in Berlin with European leaders and US leader Donald Trump. To end the news, Newcastle are in advanced negotiation with Aston Villa over a move for midfielder Jacob Ramsey, who will hold key talks with the Midlands club in the next 24 hours. The two clubs are in negotiation over a deal for Ramsey to move to St. James Park before the transfer deadline, with an agreement described as close. The 24-year-old talks with Villa before making a decision on his future, with Newcastle head coach Eddie Howe keen to secure his signature. If the club reach an agreement and the ex-England under-21 midfielder decides he wants to leave, he will enter into talks with the Magpies over personnel terms. Ramsey has also quoted serious interest from West Ham this summer, but if he does not leave Villa Park, then Newcastle is believed to be his preferred destination. Now, this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day television news at noon. I am Deborah Eze. Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Inclusive tourism is to have everybody into consideration when you design, when you develop anything that has to do with tourism. So inclusive of people, for example, with disabilities, inclusive of women, inclusive of local communities, inclusive of people that are different from us, the diversity that we're talking about. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about inclusive tourism. The government has to always provide the framework where we all operate. What is important is for the government not to put an excess burden in the operations and ease the way we're doing business. So all these double taxations, triple taxations, fees, levies, and all these kind of things, they have to be streamlined in a way that will empower the industry rather than hindering it. The major takeaway from today is that tourism and hospitality becomes a headline, becomes a hardcore point of discussion. It's an industry that can only grow, an industry that can provide Nigeria extreme growth and extreme development.
Inclusive tourism is ensuring that you partner the locals, the local community, the indigenes of the community, the indigenes of the states where you have this cultural heritage, bringing them together and making sure that they participate. Participation is by training them, absorbing them into hospitality assets in the space that you operate. So that's an inclusive and it's a mutually beneficial, process where they learn, they earn the revenue, they transform the GDP and economy of the states, and the country is the better for it. Okay, so it's projection, how we project ourselves. It's the most important. When you project negativity comes back to you. So we as citizens of this country must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessed country. It's one of the most blessed countries of the world. There's no place like Nigeria. There's no point, Japan, when there are immense opportunities, especially in my space that I operate, which is hospitality. Primary reason for investing in Nigeria is to create jobs, 2, to create more jobs, 3, to even create more jobs. This we have implemented at Ikogosi Wonsu Resort by transforming the economy of the state. 70% of our staff are locals. These are custodians of the cultural heritage and the cultural marvel, which is Ikogosi Wonsu Resort. This is a spring of warm and cold water spring, the only warm and cold water spring anywhere in the world, where warm water and cold water flow side by side, maintaining their proper thermal properties and not mixing. You don't have anywhere. If you have places like this in Dubai, people like you will spend hundreds, thousands of dollars to visit. We have these things, assets, heritage, cultural heritage in Nigeria, and we have this in every other state. Every state has a cultural heritage. So we must be intentional. We must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, this image that we project will encourage people to visit Nigeria. It's going to transform our GDP, and this is just the start. And this government is intentional in reviving the tourism sector of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think we're in the right direction.
The issues we have in Nigeria are not difficult. It's not new. It's something we see elsewhere, and the best way to bring a solution or to actually make sure that those problems don't exist anymore is for all of us to agree that we want to make Nigeria an hub, a destination for tourism in Africa. And also we have the resources, we have the manpower, and we have the culture to actually make that happen. So as long as both private and public sector can agree and can say to themselves, it's possible, this is possible, I'm sure we're going to excel at it. Educate the public, let everybody know that Nigeria is a hub, is a place where people can come to and actually have fun and actually learn about culture, about food, about music and movie. People are already excited about those anyway. So if we, put our hands together, both the public and the private sector, I'm sure we can do a good job of making sure that those problems don't exist anymore. So one of the things they can do is, for example, tax holiday, for very serious tourism company, tour companies who want to actually welcome people into Nigeria. Security would be good, top of the list. Fixing our airports, let it be warm, welcoming, let people come in freely, not harassed by any, law enforcement at the airport will help. Making sure that we have good infrastructure in place, electricity, good roads, and all that. These things are not difficult, So if we can just, take our time and make sure that these things are in place, I'm sure we will do a good job of improving the quality of tourist experience when they come to Nigeria. So what we try to do is to, because of the peculiar nature of our business, because our business is We're just not a tour company. We're a company that wants people to have good experience when they go on holiday. So one of the things that we do is that we try to showcase and try to bridge the gap that's poor infrastructure and lack of security, created in welcoming people into Nigeria. So we do that by providing those infrastructure privately, making sure that we use the best of the hotels that have 24/7 electricity, making sure that we use the air-conditioned buses, making sure that we take them to interesting places. We will watch over them. We try to make sure that they have a good time. Anytime they have Nigeria, they have no reason to fear. We control places they go. We do our due diligence and make sure that wherever our customers go, they don't have any complaints. So by the time they go back and tell everybody else, it looks like, okay, it's a different country that I went to, not Nigeria. Well, I can see the effort, I can see the interest, I can see the desire for people to want to grow tourism in Nigeria, and that's good. That's the beginning, but that's the way it ends. We need to keep this conversation going. Let's not end it here at this conference. It's a good thing that BusinessDay has decided to pick this up. I'm excited about it, that people are focusing on tourism, but we need to keep the conversation going. When we go back to our offices, when we go back to our circle, some government officials are here, some people who know people in high places are here. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep talking about it. The more we talk about it, the more we discuss it, people will definitely, people that we need to respond will respond, and they will do something about that. We'll see the change that we're looking for.
So Nigeria, in my opinion, is tapped into tourism, but we are not operating at the level that we can, considering the potential that we have and the human capital that we have, the raw talent in the industry. Something that Stella Fubara, the keynote speaker, said today really, I think, hits home. Tourism doesn't start with the tourists. It starts with the experiences that those of us in the market create for the tourists. It has to do with the product. Is it being created and delivered at a high standard? For example, we are in the hospitality management space. We manage hotels and short-let apartments, and we deliver professional management services in that regard. Technical services advisory. We also do turnkey solutions, so we can take you from a greenfield project that's just starting construction to a fully blown and operational hotel. Now we ask ourselves, if we're not creating a product, the hotel rooms, the food and beverage, the entertainment, if we're not delivering those at a high standard, you're not going to have tourists come. If we're not marketing that we can deliver this to you, you're not going to have tourists come. And more importantly, if you're not investing in the people, the raw talent, not just in the cities, but also in the villages, if you're not teaching them how to curate, like Stella said, curate the culture to have it be an export so that people can understand what you're about, then you're really not in the business of tourism. So I think it starts with ourselves. We have to understand the products we're trying to deliver and curate it at a high standard, and also make sure that the delivery is excellent. The customer is always right. Our flagship hotel, for example, Amber Residence, which is in Ikeja GRA, it has 69 rooms. It's a business conference hotel at the 3-star level. We regularly have as our guests captains of industry who deliver events and have conferences at our hotels. We also have NGOs that have service level agreements with us where they host their events and sensitization programs there. So for us, this is a way, for example, of partnering with corporates and NGOs who have a global business. And for those that they invite from out of the country as their guests, we have them hosted at our hotel and we show them what it really means to have African hospitality. So that's a way of taking the name, not just of the brand, but of Nigeria out there. We also are developing an AHS Academy, because I will tell you, one thing in the industry that we are lacking is also training. We're lacking properly trained professionals who can, like I said, deliver the standard at a high level. And so we are working on an AHS Academy where we're looking to partner with institutes of hospitality training schools, so that we can take raw talent whether you've gone to school for hospitality or not, and teach you the tools of the trade. What does it mean, for example, to do housekeeping properly? What does it mean to run a restaurant within a hotel properly? What does it mean to run a front office and reservations? Do you know how to use property management software? We recently had a retreat, actually, where all our general managers from the different cities in which we operate, Lagos, Benin, and Owerri, came to Lagos, and we were able to exchange ideas to see what's working in different parts of our business. And something that came up from there is that the AHS Academy we're developing definitely needs to accelerate, because beyond training people for our own brand, we're able to train leaders and hospitality professionals that can be deployed to several companies within the industry. So that's what we hope to contribute and are currently contributing. I've been able to meet with our fellow sponsors, including Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort, and I see that there is a lot that we can do together. We had a fantastic conversation, myself and Ada Matthews, about packages. A hotel is only one aspect of hospitality. You have restaurants, you have tour operators, you have those who are really going into the hinterland and finding the talent. You have fashion, textiles, you have entertainment. So what does it look like to band together, to connect with one another, to develop packages that sell? It's very important that the different operators within our market connect with one another to figure out how we can deliver the best packages to the customer. So if I manage hotels, for example, I necessarily need to partner with tour operators, partner with restaurants, partner with film houses and entertainment providers, dance companies. It's an entire ecosystem. Not one of us can make this industry successful. So I think we need to increase the level of partnerships and connections within the industry so that we're delivering packages that the customer loves. And we should be looking at tourism not just outwardly but inwardly. How do we get Nigerians to be interested in knowing what's happening all around, the country? Because if they have a good experience, they themselves, it's free publicity. They'll go outside the country and let people know this is a fantastic hotel, this is a fantastic group. They're partnering very well. We have products that you'll enjoy. I'll maybe just end and say there's a reason I think Amazon as a company is successful is because they've put the customer first. I'm a very big fan of identifying who's your client when you're in this industry. How can you best serve them? At Amber, we have a saying whenever we pick up the phone call. We say, "My name is Josephine Shafi. How can I best serve you?"
Inclusive tourism is as simple as it sounds. Inclusive tourism, it means that every single person, from abled to disabled, from buoyant to struggling, let me put it that way, is able to is able to enjoy our tourism and then to be able to exploit as locals. So I feel like inclusive tourism means focusing on people who both can access it because they are able and people who can't because they are disabled, and create things around those people that even though you're blind or you're deaf or you cannot walk, you still have access to to these cultural sites, and you don't feel left out because we have embraced what inclusive tourism is for as a whole. We need to look inward. We need to do better. We can have 100 of these conferences, but if we do not decide to take action as soon as possible, we will continue to talk. So my major takeaway again is we need to do better. We need to promote ourselves. We need to value ourselves. When you value yourself, you value what you have. You value your home. When you value your home, you don't talk bad about it. You try and make it better. You hide your secret. I believe that's what having a home does. And so I believe very strongly again that we need to do better in terms of promoting our own culture. A lot of us at the end of the month or at the end of the summer, a lot of people are going abroad because they want to enjoy. It's Christmas, people want to go somewhere to explore that. We're going to Indonesia, we're going to Dubai. In fact, we're even so angry that Dubai is treating us so badly. I think 45 years old must come accompanied. It's a joke. And I believe that by the time we start to respect ourselves, respect what we have as a company, as a country, and then it's very easy for people also to respect what we have. We do not come from the challenges point of view. Doesn't mean that it's not there. However, what we have done is to be able to, for instance, set up a training school. It's called Versaline Synergy Training School. This training school teaches both expatriates and locals on cultural competence. It teaches business owners on what to do when they want to set up a business. It teaches, on things like inclusive tourism. And then we also have an arm in our company also called the Hospitality Recruitment and Placement Services. What this means is basically an app-based company that allows you as a business owner to go online and then search for a job seeker who is already registered on our platform, and automatically there's an algorithm that matches. But beyond that, that is not the best of our features. We have a blacklist because you find that regardless of what structure you put into the hospitality industry, it is either going to succeed or fail, determined on the kind of staff, the quality of staff that you have there. So it's very, very important that you have good quality of staff. And so we've said, you know what, this hospitality industry, the staff almost nearly get away with anything. And so this app has a blacklist end where any staff that you've hired that has misbehaved, as long as you're a member of our platform, you see that person, and so you don't make hiring mistakes. We also make sure that you go to the proper authorities for background checks. We do your address verification, your educational education. Before you're even placed, Vetline Synergy Training School partners with the hospitality recruitment. And before you're placed to anywhere, we've already trained you. And so this is how we are trying to make sure that by giving you stable, informed and educated people, it's very easy for them to come to your business and make it thrive. That is beyond what Vetline as a whole company, which is providing sustainable solutions to African-owned and African-based businesses in, generally.
I think infrastructure will happen as soon as one understands that you have to have a structure which is sustainable in growth. Growth and sustainability starts with its youth. So that's the first investment one has to take. The second one is, if you talk the industry of hospitality and tourism, is that one has to come to a climate where a traveler, regardless from where, can arrive, depart and travel within seamlessly. That means visa regulations and airports have to be addressed and have to be structured in a way that the experience is simply there, positive. The infrastructure itself, my God, roads are roads. Electricity is electricity. Perhaps it contributes to the charm of a country. It is wherever you are. But I want to reach the country. I want to get in and out without any issues. Because if you look into Nigeria, before even the infrastructure talk comes again, it's a story. We need to tell the story of Nigeria, the riches of culture, of history, their people, their music, their colors, wherever you're going through. That's what we need to tell. And then we have something to show the world that is Nigeria, and not to be perceived as a risk. We are too good. We are too rich in our heritage, in what we can present to the outside, what nobody has. Take it. So if you take Nigeria as the cradle of humanity, my God, 250 different ethnic groups, kingdoms, you have the Nok terracotta art. It's all there. Now we need to tell this. People will be fascinated. But this has to be sent out, and we have to be proud ambassadors, all of us, to tell the outside, this is our Nigeria. This is where the African heartbeat is and will stay.
My major takeaway from today's event is we should be intentional and love what we do. If you're a farmer, imagine you being a farmer. You can never curse the seed you're going to plant or curse the land in which you're going to farm. So you must bless it and always say, God bless Nigeria. Let's be intentional with our country. We're the ones who would write the story. We're the ones who have the pen to change the narrative of what tourism is in Nigeria and what Nigeria is as a whole. And people make country. So the more we become good people in terms of hearing, see, feel, the more tourism will grow. And tourism is the new oil money. Inclusive tourism is absolutely necessary because no man is an island. And then if we're Pan-Africa, we can always collaborate with all other countries within Africa, Pan-Africa tourism. Nigeria were known for us living outbound, but now inclusive, we could do inbound. Ikogosi described what Ikogosi looks like, as well as Obudukatu Ranch. Let's explore that. And there's so many other places one can explore. Delta states,
and Edo State. Imagine the moat of Benin City. That is already heritage. You go to London National Museum, you find all the artifacts in there. Perhaps maybe they may even have a clay from the moat. Our children don't even know history of the moat, which in those days was, as would I say, more historical than the China Wall. And in those days, just imagine where you could be looking at it from space. You could see the moat, but now you can see China Wall. So I believe inclusive tourism will promote our heritage, our culture. Let's dress. Where are the way? You can mix it. That is the inclusiveness, where everything can be infused and in sync.
Why is it?
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us on Inside Politics for this week. I am Inyo Bongiwok. The 10th National Assembly has moved to amend the 1999 Constitution. Public hearings were conducted and concluded in 6 regions across the country recently. However, the debate whether the existing constitution needs amendment or the country needs a new constitution has continued. Many Nigerians say that the country needs a new constitution, that the current one was foisted on us by the military, and that it does not address several socio-economic challenges prevailing in the country. But there are some Nigerians who say that it would be wrong to throw away the entire constitution, that the problem of the country goes beyond the current constitution, but that the real issue is those operating the constitution. In the public hearing conducted by the National Assembly, issues such as federal restructuring, local government autonomy, state police, and special seat for women topped the demands by Nigerians. Joining me on the program today to discuss the 1999 Constitution amendment process and whether the country needs a new constitution is Olawale Okuniyi, Secretary General of the Patriot. Good afternoon, Mr. Okuniyi, and welcome to the program. The Patriot, as you know, is a non-partisan group of eminent Nigerians headed by Emeka Anyoko. Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon, Nigerians. It's my pleasure to be with you this afternoon.
Yeah, it's good to have you on the program. First of all, let's look at democracy now. Before we talk about the whole process of amending the constitution, what is your take on democracy in Nigeria? More than 25 years now since the military handed over power in 1999 to Olusegun Obasanjo. How have we fared so far, looking at all the parameters?
Well, for us in the democratic movement, democracy has not taken root at all.
Okay.
It has not taken off at all. And why is that? The question of the topic we are discussing today. It hasn't taken root, it hasn't taken off. You don't have some scholars, like the late Professor Ben Nwabu, they have argued that we do not have democracy in Nigeria yet. Because at the root, at the fundament, and at the foundation of every democratic agreement, which is the constitution of a country that is democratically agreed by the constituents or the citizens or the peoples. So that did not happen at the outset of the current civilian regime or administration. And so it's been argued that there is no, what we have is mere civil rule that is being militarily structured, but democracy has not taken place, that we do not have democracy. And so when you look at all what has been happening in the country, so you can conclude that we have done more anti-democratic proceedings.
Will you say that the 1999 constitution or the present constitution itself, looking at the several challenges that we've had since 1999, will you trace that to the present constitution?
Oh, yes. That is the point I'm trying to make, that at the root of every democracy is a democratic constitution, democratically agreed by the citizen, adopted, endorsed, and adopted and owned by the citizens and the peoples of a particular country. And that we do not have yet. What we had in 1999 was an imposition of military decree 1999, Decree 24 of 1999, that was christened or dubbed or tagged 1999 Constitution by the military, because they were in a hurry to leave, and as they have lost credibility over time, and they were not prepared to wait any further. So they decided that, well, the civilian regime will have to work out that and give unto the country a democratic constitution. But ever since then, the military, the civilian administration, successive civilian administration have been busy with politics of, resource acquisition here and there. And so they couldn't give real time for nation building, democratic constitution making, etc.
Mr. Oguni, many Nigerians have said what we are seeing now is that ahead of 2027 election, just this dispensation is just halfway, 2 years in office. And what we have seen so far is that in the last few months, electioneering has begun. Endorsement, defection of politicians from one party to the other, especially to the ruling party. Nigerians have said, rather than for them to try to implement their campaign promises, fighting poverty, which has become widespread across Nigeria. People have said that probably the problem with Nigerian democracy is not about it's with the people. It's not about the condition. It's with the people that are operating this constitution. And probably maybe we have weak institution.
Since you don't have a strong constitution, you have weak institution, and then you have bad people governing, because power corrupts absolute, power corrupts absolutely.
Yes.
When people know there are no laws and rules and structures that are agreed by everybody, they tend to violate anything in space. So that is what you are saying. You can't have any good person. Human beings are not created to be good. No human being will be good. Thomas Hobbes said that human beings are essentially selfish.
Yes.
And then, and there is scarce resources, all of that and the rest. And so if you leave human being without an agreed rule that we all agree to, if you allow a section of the society to impose it, it will favor them. Because human beings are essentially selfish. If you allow me in my family to put a rule, I will put it to favor me. I'll look at my condition. So it is better for us to come together and put rules. So to assume that there will be good people without rules in the world, on earth, is fallacy. It's fallacious. You will never have. When you look at societies that have tried to organize themselves and adopt conventions and rules like Britain and the USA, you see that people from here go there and comport themselves. But when people come here, they misbehave. You see them do things anyhow, because there is no agreed common rule that we all agree to, and people are ready to defend because they were part of making it. Therefore, it's fallacious. It's a wrong assumption very erroneous for people to say people operating, people leaders. You won't have any good leader anywhere. You will not. Even Jesus Christ said, "Why do you call me good master?" There will never be any good master on earth, on this earth, except God.
You don't agree that
the thing that makes people good is the common agreement in a family or in a society that this is how we want to. Do we all agree to it? There will be consequences for not doing this. There will be reward for doing this. Simple.
Writing in the
human being essentially with power. You give me power, and you say you assume that I will be good. You must be joking. So first and foremost, organize your society with rules, commonly agreed rules. And when it is, then you can make laws upon it. There's a difference between a grown-up, a constitution, and laws made. Laws are made of the provisions of constitution. Constitution, the totality of the agreement of the Senate, to set the template. But laws are details then made thereof of the provisions of the constitution. They are two different things. So the parliament or the National Assembly is supposed to make laws and amend it.
I'm still coming to that. I'm still coming to that.
And amend their laws.
Yes,
they are not supposed to make constitution.
Yes, I'm still coming to that. Yes, I'm still looking at them.
Please hold on, so that people can be educated. It is an aberration for a parliament to begin to doctor a constitution. In any case, anyway, the 1999 constitution is a mere law because a decree is a law. It's not a constitution, it's not a grown-up. So when they continue to pass that, it will give you a popular, legitimate constitution. And so that's why we're in this doldrum in Nigeria. And there will never be any good governance except to go back to the foundation. But if the foundation be faulty, what can the righteous do?
Has begun the process to amend the constitution again. Many Nigerians have spoken against it. Some have actually supported it. Ezekosile speaking in Abeokuta 2 weeks ago said this process was just a waste of public fund. Do you agree that? Do you see anything coming out of this process?
I agree with
Ezekosile, former Minister for Education.
The sheer waste of resources, and that's what we have been doing. People, it's not job for the boys. It's just job for the boys. You know what we do in politics? Just create job for the boys. That's what we have been doing the last 25 years. We have not done real thing of nation building, and that's why millions are dying. Insecurity in Northeast, in the North Central, in everywhere, because we don't have a constitution.
So what?
We don't have a democracy.
What? This process will fail.
By common agreement.
What you are saying that this process will fail, just like we've seen the previous, the 8th and the 9th Assembly try to amend this constitution.
The entire process, this present democracy of civil rules is designed by the military in 1990 to fail, and it will fail if we don't do the right thing now at the right time, with the intervention of the patriots led by Chief Emeka Anyaoku. You find out that, well, it's not central today, it's not east today, it may be southeast, it's even happening in southeast, and it will be everywhere. We need to sit down and commonly agree, and then go to a referendum, and then endorse our grown-up, the template for which we want to coexist, and then we can then begin to make laws thereof of the provision of that grown-up. That is how a nation is built. That's how America was built. That's how Britain was built.
Speaking.
That they agree to, there are rulings of court that they agree to, there are norms that they agree to it. And when there is disagreement, they go to do things like Brexit, which is referendum, which is plebiscite. In Nigeria, 1999 decree called Constitution, there is no provision for the people to intervene, to have referendum or plebiscite. Unlike in the First Republic, the military closed everything up and turned the civilian to a military, military government.
All right.
Can't run.
But the Patriot met with the president. The Patriot met with the president last year. The Patriot met with the president last year, about a year ago, and then Anyaoku and co. Told him the need to have a people's central constitution. They wanted the Constitutional Assembly to be set up by the president, where a new constitution can be drafted. What was the response of the president? It's been a year after that meeting.
Yes, he said he was going to consider that, and he was going to invite the patriots to come and discuss the matter in greater detail. He was faced with the economic issues, which he will continue to face. There is no way economic issues will run away where you don't have a democratic base for governance. You will continue to have it, and it will distract you so much that you just run 8 years. Look at Buhari. Look at Jonas. Look at everybody. It's just rigmarole. Rigmarole is nothing. So the first thing is to declare an emergency and say there is emergency on democracy. Let us fix our constitution. When we fix it and set the table, we all agree. Do we want to live together as one? How do we want to live? When we set that template, then we can do governance. But doing governance on military decree and run civilian regime run civilian regime on military constitution or unity constitution will not work, because Nigeria is a diverse society. We have the diversity is humongous.
You were in that meeting with the president. You were in that meeting with the president.
And then you want to couple it and do straight jacket, mechanical, and syllabic. It will never work. So therefore, you must do the right thing, as our founding fathers have done in 1959, 1960, conference, and create a true federal system where the federating unit will be determined and they will control their resources and pay royalty to the center, and then they can be in competition to grow, and everywhere will be robust. That is what a link center, not to go and have a strong center where nothing is being done than stealing.
Do you think the president is keen? Do you think President Tinubu is keen on heeding to the request of the patriots, setting up a constitutional assembly to draft a people's democratic constitution? We've seen the president, before he assumed power, he has been a Democrat advocating for true federalism. You need to restructure the country. But why do you think the president seems to be showing a lukewarm attitude towards your demand?
I don't think, maybe he's not showing lukewarm attitude. Maybe he's taking his time to hit it. We're still going to meet him again, since he has requested that he will invite us to come and discuss. I don't want to be judgmental. I think that he's gone through the trenches with us over time, and he understands what we are talking about. He has advocated it, and this is time to do it, so that people don't say that he was being opportunistic. He was just trying to use that as an opportunistic canvas to get to power. But now he's there, and I think that he will do it. I am inclined to think that he will do that. He has canvassed in the past, which is democratic, constitutional restructuring of Nigeria to true federalism, where democracy works for all. Everybody will enjoy democracy. He himself will enjoy it. You don't need, what do you need as a human being? You don't need too much. If you are deep, if you are ideological and philosophical, you don't need too much. You just need little. Other need little, then you have peace. And then this place will grow and open the environment for people to prosper. And the only thing is the foundation, which is politics, which is political. When you deal with the politics of the country well, you will succeed economically. But if you think you want to build good economy on a bad political land, it will be sabotaged.
Let me take it.
There is no amount of EFCC, ICPC. Go and bring 200 to sabotage.
But there are some Nigerians who are opposed to.
Survival is the first thing of man. People, even with all of the people going to prostitution, going to ritual killing, going to habit, because they want to survive anyhow.
There are some Nigerians who are opposed to any conditions.
The only thing that thrives in Nigeria today is politics.
Yes.
That's the only industry. Any other industry is closed off.
The former president.
Everybody, all the Yahoo, all the Yahoo boys, all the ritual, all the 419 goes into politics. People who are even ideologue, like us, no space. It was showing no space. You know, so what are we talking about? People who even think rationally. You know, but people want to make money, they just make the money in US and rush home and then put themselves in government and say that's the only try. You can't run a country that the country will go nowhere. It is that correct.
The former president.
Matter of fact, you don't have to get rich through politics.
Yes, the former president Olusegun Obasanjo is opposed to throwing away this 1999 constitution. He said the problem with Nigeria is about the operator of the constitution, the politician, and not. He said we should not throw away this this document. Speaking in Abeokuta, Obasanjo said you were the one that represented him at the Patriot Summit. He said, for me, no constitution can be regarded as perfect, but whatever the strength or weakness of the constitution, the most important issue of my understanding and experience is the operator of the constitution. Do you agree with him? You don't seem to agree with him, do you?
Yes, the operators matter. The operators matter, but in fact, the most important is that you must have a good, democratic, legitimate people's constitution. That's the first thing. Then you can then deal with operator. You can't start with operator. They will never be good. You will never have a good society. So the first thing to do is first for you to first agreement. When you are having a marriage, the moment you think, assume that this man is good, that man is good, he's going to fail. But you are not receiving anything. You are going to a dialogue, a discussion, and based on that, initially begin to communicate, you know, that this is what we agree, this is our understanding, and you begin to sharpen it. That's why constitutional making or review is a continuum. You can't stop it. It is discussing national life, national progress. So there is no amount of money spent on it, but it's not to amend a document that is ab initio faulty, that is wrong, imposed, that is military. It must be people's driven, people's owned. That is the problem we have with the amendment of 1999 Constitution, which is a military decree 24 of 1999, and it put us in a military job.
What is
therefore we must discard and throw it away.
Many Nigerians say
if we want a democracy, really, we get a people's constitution, a constitution driven, owned, you know, and controlled by the people.
All right. Because of time. A lot of Nigerians are not satisfied with the public hearing that was held. They say it was not inclusive enough, and that they were not carried along. What is your? And there have been agitation for more states. People are calling for more states. About 47 groups are calling for different states across the country. What is your take? Special state for women.
Because the process is job for the boys. It's not anything deep or profound. It's not anything intended for anything. It's just for people to continue to be in power. Those in power will not want to commit political suicide. And therefore, you just do something to show that something is being done when nothing is being done. The fundamental thing to be done is to call the people to not debate. Like Babangida did, not debate. Representative of the people are elected on zero-party basis or non-partisan basis to that constituent assembly. When they get there, they debate, they discuss, they agree to whatever. Then you have a concerned drafting committee set up to look at the resolution of that and put it in constitutional form. And then you take that constitutional form back to the constituent assembly to approve. They approve it. Then they take it to a referendum. And the referendum say yes or no. And that is it. It becomes a constitution.
Our time is up.
It doesn't even need the assent of government. Because government are agents of the people.
Do you agree on some of the issues that were raised in the public hearing?
What we are saying is that Section 8 and Section 9 of 1999 Constitution be amended to allow the inclusion of a process of referendum, which includes setting up constitutional assembly or giving unto ourselves a new democratic constitution for Nigeria.
So where did the Patriot move from here? You had the program in Abeokuta last month, I must say. What is the next? What do you go from here? I know I was at your program in Surrey where you set up a committee headed by Anyanku and the former governor of.
Not in Abeokuta, in Abuja.
Yes, the one here in Lagos.
Met in Abuja at Transcorp Hilton on the 16th and 17th, and then Nikon Luxury.
Yes.
And we resolved to proceed to engage the Nigerian president and the leadership of the National Assembly, and that process is on. We'll be meeting the president very soon to submit or present the resolution of the National Constitutional Confab to the president. And then there will be a draft stakeholders bill, legislative bill, that will be sponsored to the National Assembly for some amendment to take place, which will give direction towards actualizing a new democratic legitimate constitution for Nigeria, i.e., that is the constitution of a constituent assembly that will give birth to all of this. So that is it.
Finally, sir, our time is up. Many Nigerians have said
implementation.
Hello, sir.
Committee may be set up.
Okay, hello, sir. Maybe people have said your group should be more inclusive in the structure, or the way you operate. You should include more Nigerians, and you should probably carry out more advocacy and educate people across the country on what you are doing.
That's been done. That's one of the steps that we taken, because the implementation committee will drive around the country, mobilize Nigeria. We talk to mass media and do all of that, and then Nigerians in diaspora, persons with special needs, etc., the youth and co will be involved with that drive. You will hear very soon about an implementation committee of the National Constitutional Summit.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program for today. It's been a pleasure speaking with you, sir.
Thank you. It is my pleasure.
I've been speaking with Wale Okuni, Secretary of the Patriot, a non-partisan group of eminent Nigerians seeking a new constitution for Nigeria. My name is Inyobongi Walk. Thanks for joining us on today's program. You can go on YouTube and watch our previous edition, or follow me on Twitter at Inyobongi Walk too. Good afternoon and welcome. Stay tuned to BDTV. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us on Inside Politics for this week. I am Inyobongi Walk. The Third National Assembly has moved to amend the 1999 Constitution. Public hearings were conducted and concluded in 6 regions across the country recently. However, the debate whether the existing constitution needs amendment or the country needs a new constitution has continued. Many Nigerians say that the country needs a new constitution, that the current one was foisted on us by the military, and that it does not address several socio-economic challenges preserving the country. But there are some Nigerians who say that it would be wrong to throw away the entire constitution, that the problem of the country goes beyond the current constitution, but that the real issue is those operating the constitution. In the public hearing conducted by the National Assembly, issues such as federal restructuring, local government autonomy, state police, and special seat for women topped the demands by Nigerians. Joining me on the program today to discuss the 1999 Constitution amendment process and whether the country needs a new constitution is Olawale Okuniyi, Secretary General of the Patriot. Good afternoon, Mr. Okuniyi, and welcome to the program. The Patriot, as you know, is a non-partisan group of eminent Nigerians headed by Emeka Anyanku. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome to the program.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And
are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issues of national interest as it affects you, as it affects me, as it affects all of us in Nigeria and even beyond. Today, we'll be discussing a very important matter, and that's the promise of Mr. Peter Obi, former governor of Anambra State, to serve only one term if elected as the president of Nigeria in 2027. Well, the statement by Peter Obi has generated so much controversy across Nigeria, from the presidency to the current governor of Anambra State, Chukwuma Soludo, to even the factional leader in the Labour Party, where Obi ran for presidency in 2023. Everybody's just criticizing Peter Obi for claiming that he will be doing just one term if given an opportunity in 2027. Well, it seems that Obi's, I should say, Obi's openness is drawing so much criticism against him. I don't know. Today we have in the studio to discuss this issue with me, Mr. Uroko, who is the assistant editor here in Business Day.
Thank you for
You're
having
welcome,
me.
Mr. Uroko. I also have Mr. Zebula Agomo, who is the Sunday editor of Business Day.
Thank you for inviting me.
Welcome, gentlemen. Like I said in my intro, last Sunday, Peter B tweeted, of course, this is not the first time he has said this, but again, he was reiterating it on Sunday, that if given the opportunity to serve, if elected in 2027, he will only serve for one term. And like I said, this has generated so much controversy. There are people who are now dragging Peter Obi for saying this. Peter Obi actually said he was trying to, point to the fact that there have been people who have served one term in other countries and they've done so well. He cited Abraham Lincoln of the United States. He also cited John F. Kennedy, also in the United States. Of course, he also cited, in Africa, he cited Nelson Mandela, who also did one term. And Peter Obi is saying that, look, all of these people left enduring legacy. And that for him, if given the opportunity, he will also leave enduring legacy. And of course, just one time. But this statement has not gone down well with a lot of people. So let me start with you. Is it a crime for one to say his mind now? Is it a crime now? Peter V has said his mind, but a lot of people are not
Comfortable with that.
are not comfortable with this statement.
Yeah.
What's your take on this?
Thank you so much, Josh. I am not surprised what is going on and the gamut of doubt that his openness has generated, because we live in a country where trust deficits have become the order of the day. People no longer trust political practitioners and those who hold public offices, because during the electioneering campaign, they go about reading all manner of promises, telling you that they will make the country Eldorado and they turn the country into heaven just in one day. But as soon as they're inaugurated, they will forget all the promises. So those who are doubting that Peter Obi will not do what he promised may have been looking at it from that point of view, that all politicians, that in fact, they're tiring or they're painting all politicians with the same tar, and it's unfortunate. And we need to move away from such unfortunate scenario we have found ourselves as a country. We need to begin to see our leaders live by their word. Let their word be their bond. Because if our leaders had lived up to expectation, lived up to their promises, there wouldn't have arisen all this gamut of controversy that have tried P2B's openness, or what I can call a sincere promise. Because here is a man that said, it doesn't take me donkey years to make Nigeria a livable place. 6 months, for instance, look at the late Muhammad Muritala Muhammad.
Okay.
Muritala Muhammad.
Yeah, who was assassinated.
Assassinated. Under 6 months, Nigeria felt his presence, of which if Muritala Muhammad had lasted for 2 years, Nigeria wouldn't be where it is today, perhaps. Look at President Umaru Yar'Adua. How many years did he spend? Nigerians today can attest to a lot of positive things he did. The peace we started seeing in Niger Delta was initiated by him. A lot of good policies he brought to bear that we are still enjoying today. So it doesn't really matter how many years a leader. What matters is openness, the truthfulness, and the willingness to work, the political will to change things for your people. P2B believes that if he comes on board, 3 years is more than enough for him to make a mark in the country. Personally, I don't doubt him. Okay. I believe from what he has been able to do in Anambra State when he was governor under 8 years.
Okay.
It's verifiable that the man can still do something there. I am not his campaign manager anyway, but I'm saying these are the possibilities.
Okay. Thank you, Zed. Before we go into perhaps what Peter B has done in the past, Chuka, let me come to you. In a country and in the continent where we've seen seat-tight leaders who despite being old, just keep going election after election after we've seen. And we live in a country, and in fact Africa generally, where leaders don't just want to leave power. They would rather die there. But Peter B is saying, I want to do one time. And one would have expected that a statement like this will be embraced by a lot of people who say, wow, this is one man who wants to just do one time and go. But the reaction we are getting, the opposite is the case. Like I said, one would have expected people to hail him and say, wow, one time in a continent where people just want to stay in power and probably die there. But here, in terms of the reaction we have seen so far, the opposite is the case. People are actually now criticizing rather than welcoming this. What do you think is responsible for this?
I think my colleague has answered almost 50% of what the question you are just asking. And central to all of this is the trust deficit we are talking about. We don't trust even ourselves. Even within any small community, there's mutual distrust.
Is it trust that is making people not to be happy?
Let me just explain what I mean. When somebody is telling you something, you know that, there's nothing, it doesn't mean it.
We have seen it before.
We have seen it before, have heard this before. But again, you find that we have heard politicians who will come into power, spend 8 years, and there's nothing positive to show. So when somebody comes and tells you he's going to do 4 years and there will be impact, becomes a difficult thing to believe that. And we have just alluded to some African countries, especially a place like Cameroon, where you have somebody who have been there. Paul Biya have been there right from almost the time we were in primary school. And here we are. The same man is still there. And as if Cameroon has turned to anything better than when he came. So when you are talking about either as a country or as a continent, we are just one and the same people. And that's why people find it difficult to believe that when you say, in such a short period of time, I'm going to do this. But the challenge we have is that we have not really been able to say, let us give it this benefit of doubt.
Yeah.
For somebody who came to say, I want to be president, don't forget that Nigerians until today believe that P2B won that presidency. So we have a different brand or politician on our hands.
And you don't believe.
Yeah, people don't believe that because at least he has 6 million votes from Nigerians on his kitty. When he comes back, because of what I've experienced within the last 2 years, he may scale that number.
Yes.
Because people have seen that we are just
So,
fed with.
Nigerian believe Peter B won the 2023 election.
In some quarters, they believe that Peter B won.
But they didn't win.
Nobody.
The record does not,
he didn't
does
win.
not show
And why we cannot say he didn't win is that he's not the president today.
He didn't win.
So he
Based
didn't
on-
win.
based on INEC,
But there are
declaration
assumptions
of
in some quarters that he won that election. Even if he didn't win, and he didn't win really, he has a reasonable number of votes compared to those who have been traditional contestants in that same election. So for me, I think why this is drawing a lot of flags from Nigerians is that we have seen it all. There are presidents, but P2B comes off as somebody who P2B is not a magician. Another thing that I think people doubt what the man is saying is that the rot in the country is so deep. We have so bastardized the country that for you, if we say, oh, how many holes this man coming to farm with the whole of this land that is full of thorns and thistles. So it is because of the nature of the country we have that has gone so bad. Then people are imagining, say, will 4 years actually be enough for him to clean this? We're going to tell you, yes, this mess within the system. So, trust deficit, the magnitude of work to be done, and then the fact that we have seen it before, have heard it before, and there was that. So, it's difficult to believe. Difficult to believe.
Yeah, it's difficult to believe, actually. It's difficult to believe. It's difficult to believe because the special spokesperson, Bayo, actually was making reference to Obi's, earlier promise not to leave APGA, and that eventually he left APGA despite promising that he would stay in APGA. So maybe part of it is maybe what is playing out here. I mean, he said, look, Obi is a liar. You don't trust him because he has said he will never leave APGA, but he left. So why should you trust such a person? What's your reaction?
No, there's this is a political system, and we are facing another round of election. And when an opposition is saying things, he will always whip up all manner of
I know where he's coming from
to favor him and to allude to his to make whatever he's saying believable. Bayo Onanuga is the spokesman of the president. And to that extent, he shouldn't expect him to be praising P2B. P2B leaving APGA, from what I have read, was because of also some opposition that arose when Governor Obiano came on board as the governor. You cannot stay in a party where your life is being threatened, your life in quotes is being threatened. So, yes, we read and heard that P2B made a promise to the late Odumegwu, the father, the patron of that party of APGA, that he would continue with APGA. But when there arose certain opposition and that threatened his life, as I have read in some places, so the man had to run for his dear life. So to that extent, you should not, okay, today people can say, who is more APGA than the wife of Odumegwu Ojukwu, who is serving in an APC government today? Bianca Ono is an APGA woman. But what is she doing in an APC if you can look at it from that? So P2B left because he wanted to move ahead, to move on with his life. So he was not tied to the umbilical cord of APGA. So that being it, again, you should not be listening to all those people or all those who have been saying that Obi, they didn't believe that Obi could do what he has promised. Most of these are coming from the opposition. Like I've said, we are facing a new round of election, and you don't expect the opposition to be saying anything that is in favor of P2B or in favor of
the opposition.
Party. It's an opposition. They play the opposition party. Professor Governor Soludo in Anambra State, you know where he's coming from. Soludo has never shown himself to be a supporter of P2B. Now they are not in the same party. They are brothers, at least as far as coming from the same state is concerned. But they are divided by virtue of the party they belong. So he can say anything, and the people know where he's coming from. So those who are saying that they don't believe him are coming from the opposition part. But those who have seen the consistency of a P2B as a politician still believe that perhaps what he said, what the man is saying is that if it takes Nigeria 2 years to be where the country is now, it can as well take the country 2 years to leapfrog, to turn around. Things will turn the corner. So that to that extent, it doesn't need up to 4 years to make Nigerians feel them part of government, feel them part of a new government. So that is, I think, I understand how he's saying.
Okay.
So 4 years to that extent could help him to serve the country and serve the country well. Okay. Again, why Nigerians are saying a typical, because I listened to Professor Soludo, the governor of Anambra State. He said anybody saying that could
need a psychiatric test.
Need a psychiatric test. Yeah. But he is talking because of himself. Because as a politician, he's not satisfied with the 4 years he is already doing. He's looking at another year. So he is talking, addressing himself. That if I say that I'm satisfied with this, then I should be...
I should have done something.
I should have done something. So, and again, what also did not help or has not helped with this promise is because of what President Olusegun Obasanjo wanted to do after the second term. He wanted to change things to run for third term. So which means that place, if you test it, so there is something there. So those who are there now believe that there must be something there that if you test it.
No, that if you give him the chance.
If you give him the chance and he tests it.
Those are some of them. Just the 2011, right, when Jonathan ran and won in 2011, there was this talk about the fact that there was some kind of agreement
that he would do,
that Jonathan entered into with some political groups and just give me just support me for 2011 when I win, I will not hear. So bad.
Then it came for
2015. Jonathan he ran again. I forgot some people so perhaps I don't know whether it was just.
I think P2B also has this gambit, so to speak, that the North knows that after 4 years, of 8 years of the South, it is their turn. Yeah. So for him also to score the favor of the Northerners, he say, "Oh, I'm not going to encroach into your time."
So the guy is also playing politics.
Yes, I'm not going to encroach into your time. That the moment I'm done with the remaining 4 years after Tinubu, assuming he defeats Tinubu. And then comes on for 4 years. Oh, it is your turn. Then you take over it becomes your turn, you know, because they are now doing turn by turn, the South and the North. So Peter Obi also, beyond all the excuses we may have given for his ability to perform, also is playing some level of politics by giving it to the Northerners that even though I have this ambition, it's not going to affect your chances or your turn when the time comes. So, because if he doesn't play that kind of gambit, this the Northerners may, this is another person who is coming to change things for us, and therefore he wouldn't get their support. So, in order to get the support of the North, he also has to say, it is I'm not going to encroach into your time.
So your time, yeah.
Just give me this period and you see things. And we should believe that if the present government could just make one policy statement and the country came to where it is, what's one policy statement? There's every likelihood that somebody can also make another policy statement and things will change, go the other way around.
Okay.
All these are just possibilities that things that are possible. Not that anybody is short of anybody. P2B is not Jesus Christ.
Yeah, sure.
I must acknowledge that.
Yeah.
It's not a Jesus Christ. He could come and the next day you see a group of people coming up from everywhere. Okay, use earnestly ask for P2B second term. It's not impossible in Nigeria from what we have seen before.
And you could take
As good as or as bad as Abacha was, a lot of people came up from everywhere. Use earnestly ask for.
If I should jump in there, it will be very difficult for anybody from the south to win election in 2031 because it is clear that
the
it
turn
is
of
the
the
turn of the north. So that was also what played against the PDP in the last election because feeding Alhaji Atiku Abubakar was in minus for that party, and they are still paying for it now. So if someone comes to run against the turn of another region, obviously Nigerians have accepted that rotational presidency.
Even though not written.
Even though not written. It's a gentleman agreement and it has stuck. So what is at stake now is the next 4 years. And that is why the Southerners are banking on it, that they have to start out.
They still have
8 years.
the 4 years.
And that is what Obi is banking on and telling them 4 years is sacrosanct. And I read what he pushed out his statement at the weekend, that he still stuck to that promise, and it's sacrosanct that he will not, of course, even if he wants to go beyond that,
there will be hurdles.
There will be hurdles, and he cannot. He can't clear those hurdles.
But let me still stay with you, Zeb. There are people who have also said, "Look, Obi, yeah, you are promising to do just 4 years, just 4 years, and go." But again, as we speak, we don't even know the party you are going to run because it doesn't look like
it's still in the
Labour Party, and then you have not actually officially joined ADC, and then you have left you are calling you in PDP. So before you begin to talk about the fact that you want to do one term, what party actually are you going to
your platform?
Yeah, what's your platform? What platform are you going to run?
Actually, this, whether we like to say it the way it is or not, that is the way it is. Labour Party is in crisis. P2B cannot go in now because Abure is the faction that is being recognized by the INEC. Nenadi Osman is a splinter.
But he has not also officially left the Labour Party.
Who?
Peter Obi.
No, he has not. He's on the side of the Nenadi Osman-led faction.
Yes. Okay.
So if a party is not stable, is not one, you cannot claim to be a family. And that's why he has sent the Labour Party of the Osman Nenadi bloc, has sent Dati Ahmed to go on a reconciliatory drive with Abure faction so that they will come together and continue in that rapport. So being in ADC also is also to understand how things are going. And he's trying to woo the northern part of this country to be on his side. And the majority of the people in that ADC
are from the north.
It will be naive on his part for him now to stay back and just say, okay, I am in Labour Party, that he doesn't know whether he's sinking or he's surviving. And in a PDP, some people are advising him that going back to PDP will amount to going back to Egypt.
Yes.
That PDP door is closed, and it's closed for him And that's the advice people are giving him. So it will benefit him to stay in ADC to watch what is happening, bidding the time, because as we go into the election, in the next 1 year, a lot of alignments and realignments. In fact, some other parties that are seeking registration with the INEC may have come up. And who knows the party now? When he contested on the platform of the Labour Party, nobody expected it. It was a known party, an unknown party. He brought that party to a limelight. So who knows if there's another version of Labour Party that he will latch on, that he will leverage.
Let me ask, because we're trying to manage time around. There are people who have said that, look, Obi is desperate to become president, and that's why he's telling you that he just want to do one term. Just desperation. This man is just too desperate, and that's why he's telling you he will do just one term.
If you look at
is this statement a function of desperation?
Politicians generally are desperate people. They are desperate people, and that's why you see people who ordinarily should not even contest for any position at all coming to square up with other people because they want power. There's nobody who is looking for power that should not be desperate about it, because it's not just trust on you for the sake of it. So to describe Obi as a desperate politician, well, it suits him. But it's not a crime to be desperate when you are looking for something that you passionately need. P2B can be said to be very passionate about wanting to govern, to rule Nigeria, because he sees what he thinks should not be. He doesn't see things that should be there in a country that he wants to rule. So to that extent, but in relation to his maybe one term, we have just explained here that he is looking for one term because he has studied the situation and seen that beyond 2031, there is no hope for anybody from the south. So it will be foolhardy of him to start campaigning, oh, I'm going to do 8 years, which will take him beyond 2030 to 2035 or something like that.
Yes.
So to that extent, I personally do not see it as a case of desperation that I just want to do 4 years and get away. And maybe because he believes in his capabilities, that given the 4 years, I'll be able to turn things around.
Okay, let me tell you, there is nobody who wants to change negative things that cannot be desperate. Nobody.
Yeah.
In your company where you work, if you want to change things to run the way they
you have
should,
to pursue it with
the MD in an office has to be very desperate to ensure that things work well. In our families, as fathers, we have to be very desperate to make sure
that everybody carry everybody along.
We carry everybody along. So desperation is part of life.
But anyway, we also saw that desperation on the part of the current president.
Yes,
very.
And that was what gave him the position where he was desperate.
He took it by force.
It was quite desperate.
The kingdom of God suffered violence, and violent men take it by force.
And the man told you, this is not power. It's not served in a restaurant.
Yes.
You just have to grab it.
A la carte. Okay. He always says it.
Okay, as we wrap up, just one more question. Just in a few seconds, let's ask this thing. Realistically, what impact can anybody make within 4 years in a country like Nigeria? Realistically.
Let me tell you. When Singapore is a place that our people normally give users when they're talking about places that had the same economic and political culture like Nigeria. The president that came, Chong Yuan, that he turned things around. He looked into the country was in a mess. He came up under 2-3 years. Things were put in place. Nigeria doesn't need 4 years for things to. It took only 1 day for Nigeria to change the way we are now. That policy statement by the president, subsidy is gone. And we are not recovered. 1 day. So it can also take a policy statement by anybody. It could be by the current statement, president, current administration, to now come and say something will happen, a policy statement that could turn things around for the better.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take donkey years to make things happen in a country. So I believe that if someone says, I have something to offer, the person may have something to offer. Whoever that wants to become president of this country in 2027, all of them are just, and I believe if they interact with you, you will also know that they have something to offer. So you cannot just put a blanket and say, where we are is where we are. There's no going beyond this place.
Right.
So things can be better even in two weeks.
I think that according to your question, how much can be achieved within 4 years? A lot. Let us use the example of Lateef Jakonde in Lagos.
Yes.
He did just 4 years. I remember, don't forget that it was on his second term that his government, the military came and toppled the government. But today, all over Nigeria, all over Lagos, it's about Jakonde. Whether talking about education, about infrastructure, talking about housing, everything. I agree that especially his housing model was not the best, but people are there providing shelter for people. And if you see what Femi Gbajabiamila Amila has done of Jakonde houses in Surulere, you find that there's nothing that is not possible.
Yes.
You can only talk about Jakonde housing not being what housing should be. When you look at the kind of things you have in Maitu, you have in maybe going towards Ajah and all those kind of places where the whole thing has become a mess. But if you look at the Surulere kind of
maintenance.
Yes.
Maintenance.
So
Maintenance.
I want to believe that a leader that comes with a vision, a leader that comes with that is prepared to serve the people, can always achieve so much.
Yes.
As we have seen in the area of, like the case of Jakonde in Lagos.
All right. Thank you so very much, Mr. Roko. Thank you so very much, Mr.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a very interesting discussion with you guys this afternoon. Thanks so much for coming. This is where we call it a wrap on the BDTV Roundtable. And thank you so very much, viewers, for watching. Until we come your way again next Wednesday, this is bye from us. Thank you.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Industry Focus on BDTV, where we spotlight everything that has to do with industries locally and globally to identify the economic and business values and, of course, how it affects the GDP of Nigeria and lives of Nigerians. I'm Onyeka Valentine, and today, like you know, we've got 4 segments all in the show. I'll just give you one after the other so you know. Business quote of the day will come. Right after that, we do have our captain's opinion, where we have our wonderful guest by the name Dr. Funke Medwin. You don't want to miss that part. We'll be discussing growth architect, how business development and consultancy services build Nigeria's industries. And of course, right after that, we do have our deal or no deal. We hear that FIRS launches electronic voicing MBS for large taxpayers. And before we end the show, we'll be giving a retrospect where we will talk about how African business history, where we remember some business points and advice from likes of late Nelson Mandela. All this coming your way, don't touch that dial. Don't even change it at all. Onyeka Valentine is my name, Industry Focus. Let's take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Let's jump right up into it. Our business quote of the day on business development. Our quote goes this way: invest now before it's too late. The train is about to leave the station. I take it again. Invest now before it's too late, because the train is about to leave the station. These are not my words or my quote, rather quote from Aliko Dangote. We all know him. Yes, he has in many ways made Africa and Nigeria proud. So that one is for you. Write it down somewhere for all you wonderful SME and business people as we usher in that which is important also, which is the major area of the show, talking about our industry captains and how they analyze different areas that will add value. So let's jump into it straight up. Industry focused. Our guest today is someone who has a robust and well called out, experience when it comes to business development. So let's just go into it. Dr. Funke Medu brings several years of experience spanning business development, consulting, entrepreneurship, development, relationship and team management, research banking and human resource management, and building, at the same time maintaining strategic alliances. She holds a first degree in geology, right? And of course, an MBA from the prestigious Lagos Business School, LBS, Pan Atlantic University, Nigeria, and a doctorate from Paris School of Business, PSB. There's more. Right away from Paris, France, she is a member of the Chartered Institute of Directors, CLOD, Nigeria. She's also an associate of Chartered Institute of Bankers, quite interesting, ACIB. You see me smiling because I know she has it all packed. A fellow of the Chartered Institute of Public Administrator, FCPA, a member of Chartered Institute of Personal Management, CIPM, and a licensed human resource practitioner, HRPL. She's also an alumni of the China-Europe International Business School. Yes, an IES Business School, Spain. Of course, she studied there also. She's also an international academic reviewer with a lot of international journals added to her name. I can go on and on and on when you see me smiling because I know she has it well packed. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome my guest on this show today on Industry Focus, Dr. Funke Medu. You're welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
I hope I was able to give a robust information about you.
Thank
At some
you.
point, I took a break. I started smiling because I know it hasn't been easy, but you're there, and the world is celebrating.
Thank you.
All right. So let's jump into this. I have well packed here, and I know that you're ready for it. But first and foremost, let us first ask. We know you are working on something, but before we do that, let us jump into the area of this business thing. How do you think, or I'll put this way, when they say business development, industries depend on it. Where do they meet each other?
Thank you. Simple English, business,
yes,
development.
Yes.
So if you put those two words together, developing businesses. So you ask me, how does consulting, or where do consultants come in here? So what makes something a business? You and I have plenty ideas every day. How do people even get ideas? So we work on the road. It could be something that is externally motivated. Maybe we just found a gap, or something that starts from your passion, internally motivated. So that's not enough. So how do we make this to become what is called business? Business means it's addressing a need beyond what is in your own mind or your head. And it's sustainable,
Right.
income generating. So where consultants come in most times is to help you turn your ideas to create a model. A model, how does it make money? How should we go about making the money? So they're answering not just the what, helping you to look at the how, the where, the when. And some people will put all this together and say what we call a business plan, which can be robust, big, a few pages, and it can just be one page, what we call a business model canvas. That is just a page that has 9 building blocks of different parts of businesses, from what need are you meeting, who are you targeting, what do you need, who do you need to partner with, how do you make money, what costs do you need to incur, and how do you even get your services to the clients. Okay, so the business channel. And so that's where consultants come in to help you create model, even put funding. Sometimes you want to access funding. It could be different types of funding that are available to help you situate which is more appropriate for the stage of business you are, because different stages of businesses also needs different kind of funding, and it could be a mix of different types. So, and that's how they take you from your ideation to sustainability. Yeah.
Ideation to sustainability. I mean, we are unpacking this, and there's a whole lot to touch. But I like the fact that you have taken your time to give an intro into why it's important that business development and consultancy touches industries. So that opens the door for our next question. It says here, from individual success to industry wide growth, how do these services build an entire sector?
Okay, so let's start. There's this reference I used to make. I'm glad that you made a quote by Aliko Dangote. So let's take that as an example. When we hear his stories, he tells us that, how he started trading, how his uncle helped him, gave him money. Look at the Aliko Dangote of then and the Aliko Dangote of now. We can see what has moved from what we used to say, Aliko Dangote, a trader, to Aliko Dangote, an industry expert, the business mogul beyond Nigeria. So, I'm getting somewhere, and I'm trying to take the foundation from individual to scaling out. And so and look at how many jobs he has created. So from being that individual person that was trading, who got funding from someone else, to somebody that is creating multiple jobs across the globe. So that's how we can tie an individual making global strides through business development. He's not the only one now. Aliko has several consultants around him, different professionals around him, in different areas, in different places. So you see, and that's how that has panned out. From him, a few people, a few suppliers around him, a few traders, to having a lot of vendors globally, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs. So you see how that one person that started as a trader, with the support of growth mechanism and other external support from experts and professionals, have grown to be a global industry player and a business mogul, creating thousands of jobs. So you can tie the flow.
All right, tie the flow. You guys are hearing directly from our doc, Dr. Funke Medu. In case you don't know, now you know. A robust information about her. I only gave you one quarter because I could go on and on and on. But speaking about tying the flow, the multiplier effect, how do you think, how does that create room? Or put it this way, would you say that there's some real examples that you can pin out from what you've said? Maybe some experience you've had during your course of your career, how one or two of your business consultancy, deals have really added value for the government. Do you think it has added a lot of value, and the kind of GDP that we have right now, is it getting better because of the input that you've added to it?
Yeah, sure. So let's take it from, and I'll take a project I was part of, the Growth and Employment Project. We are talking about growth, multipliers effect. The Growth and Employment Project, funded by the World Bank, in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. And the whole idea then was to provide support for high growth potential businesses.
Right.
Okay, and we were looking at how they could scale from where they were to being able to create more jobs and become sustainable. And it was interesting, and they also assessed grants. So funding was also part of the component. It was very interesting to see how a number of them have panned out. Yeah, I can't say that typically not everybody would go the way you wanted, but majority of them, from where they were and how many jobs they've created as you and I speak today. And I can take an example also from another project funded by the USADF. Unfortunately, the project got truncated at some
Because
point now.
Trump has pulled
And
off
that
US
is
aid.
in collaboration with the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, Lagos State government.
Okay.
And that has to do with skilling youths, providing skills. And the one we were doing, Leap World, we were in the digital skills component and skilling them in the areas of digital marketing, office administration, and the likes. And I find it interesting when one of the participants on the program, a youth, so you say youths are lazy. Yes, some youths are lazy, but some are also doing amazing things. And came from being on the program to being an employer. She even employed people. Yes.
From
She
being
was
on the
on the program, yes. And Amanda is a very great example. I'm really always proud to talk about. From being a participant on the program, got a very high-flying job, set up her own business, able to manage and put the skills from that program, and even employed people from her own cohorts.
That is a multiplier effect.
That's the multiplier effect. And imagine those people without jobs before being able to also provide for themselves and other people and even skill others. And you see, insight from some of the projects that we've done, by the time we finished the program, skilling about 150 youths then, a number of them have gotten over 70% of them became gainfully employed. Yeah.
70%.
Yeah. And
that's a huge number.
Yes. And a number of them also moved from being unemployed to the entrepreneurial track, meaning that they also provided jobs. And so that's the multiplier effect of having people, having consultants, having expertise to get you coached, mentor, and take you from a particular level to advanced level. So I can go on and on a number of projects that we've been part of. And I told you that the GEM project, Growth and Employment, that I said funded by the World Bank, was very interesting. At the end of the day, they were able to access up to $50,000 each, as far back as then, in grants. Okay, and I see a number even on the Bank of Industry project that we're part of. So I mean, those are very, very typical examples I can give you. And if we speak to statistics, that's project specific. Let's look at Nigeria as a country. So if we look at the statistics by the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics and the recent MSME survey with SMIDAN, Small Medium Enterprise Development Agency.
Is the director of SMIDAN, is that him?
At the moment, yes. Okay. And if you look at the recent survey that was published, the most recently published by them, you will see that as it is, so we may say businesses, so MSM is micro, small, and medium enterprises. Now we even have nano, so we call NMSMEs now. They contribute up to 96% of employment in Nigeria as we speak, according to the survey. So, and you know, they create up to 46% of GDP. It used to be as much as 50%, but you know, COVID came, a number of things came. So, but the latest survey says 46%. Right. So, this cluster of people, this cluster of businesses that contributes 46% to the GDP of our nation, 96% they make up 96% of businesses, and they contribute 84% rather, to employment generation in Nigeria. That's a multiplier effect. So imagine if they now have hand-holding, if they have expertise, imagine how they can grow. In fact, another survey researched by the World Bank shows that if you provide, if businesses are able to be more competitive, if you improve their competitiveness by 10%, it can add between 1 to 2% to GDP. And so these are some of the things and expertise that consultants bring on board to help businesses become more competitive. So, I mean, we know the answer. you want GDP to grow 1 to 2%.
Right.
Just try to get consultants and experts that can help improve competitiveness by 10%. Then cumulate it, compound the effect, and we'll see it to be, so we can flow it, like I said.
We can flow it, as you said. For those of you who are business, put it this way now, entrepreneurs, and you're struggling with your business, this is something you want to stick with. You guys are already listening and getting all the tips our doctor is giving you. I mean, she's someone who is seasoned in these areas. She has a fact, giving you 1 or 2 how the government can actually, boost and add value. She has mentioned SMEDA, which adds a lot of value too. So let's on that. Let's jump to the next one, which also is something that most of our viewers want to know. They say future of work. In the same line now, how is technology, disrupting and enhancing professional services in that sector?
Okay.
Should I take it again?
I got it.
Okay.
I mean, disruption is glaring in our faces. From the basic of using devices like our phones, from even the nano, micro to large enterprises. Okay, I take it from something as basic as AI tools. So for me, if I'm recruiting now, or my HR people, one of the questions is to know what tools you are familiar, what digital tools are you familiar with? Okay, nobody work in the analog mode anymore.
Any longer.
We've all gone digital mode, and from our everyday life, let's even leave businesses out of it, but businesses can be detached from our everyday life. We can't detach vice versa, So from something as, what kind of phone do you use? Are you using a smartphone? Even from the name, smart. It should make you smarter. So your phone should not just be hello, hello. Your phone should go beyond hello, hello to making you smarter. From I want to get somewhere in 10 minutes or 20 minutes, you can take Google Map. You see, direction, no matter what kind of businesses you are doing, I'm even talking as something as basic. Then let's go, that's informal sector. Then even for the informal sector, let's go to the formal, even small businesses. I'm in the office, I want to write. We have ChatGPT, we have a number of tools that some people will say it will make you lazy, or it will make you to be less brilliant. And I say that, I say that, are we saying that because there's calculator now, I should still be using my, what did they call it, 1 times 1 to do because I don't want to sound, so the thing is, how do you know how to prompt? Prompting is a skill, and that's what we separate you from the unskilled. You just have to move with it, with the trend. Now let's go to the bigger skills, technology, automation in organizations. So from even using basic tools to help automate, get you faster, more efficient, saves time, saves money. And I've said a number of tools. There's some things that you don't have to employ people to do now, that you can do if you know how to prompt these tools, okay? And you want to generate report that can give you insight. Then to even the large, we talk about, you said something about e-invoicing, that the tax regime is trying to implement, FIRS, and we'll talk about it later. They also embraced it because they know that will help the economy, to help more generation of income. I don't want to talk about that segment now, but you see, it's because technology helps you to be more efficient. It helps you to save time, saves money. It's not that it doesn't have its own side effects, but you see, we can't take the gains away. Some people will now say future of work. Oh, it's going to take our work. Not exactly. And so there was this research also by an international agency. And the argument then was that you look at automation and innovation. So as long as innovation outpaces automation, there will always be jobs. So you have to innovate in the way you think, in the way you get your things done, even basic as prompting. You have to be innovative and creative in the way you prompt, if you are going to even use digital tools. And that's where innovation comes in. So you have to move it, innovating as you are automating. And that's where the opportunities and jobs are. Robots are coming. People are going to operate robots. People are going to manage the process and operation. So you just have to reskill and upskill, and that's the way I see it. All of us, whether you are young, whether you are old, everybody have to embrace technology.
Embrace technology,
Yeah.
Upskill. This is upskill and reskill.
Yeah, you have to upskill, you have to reskill.
Upskill, reskill, embrace technology. Not my
Yeah.
words, but words of our fantastic guest at the building, Dr. Funke Medu. I beg your pardon. She's still here with us. Let's take a quick break. It's still Industry Focus. Monica Valentine, my name. We'll be right back. Coming up next, deal or no deal. Don't go away. Welcome back. It is still BDTV, Industry Focus. My guest in the building. We're talking about the idea that business, put it this way, the value that business add to industries. And we're focusing more on consultancy and a whole lot of other stuff. But right now, we're talking about deal or no deal. We hear that FRS most definitely is introducing something great. Our guest is in the building, and she wants to give us her own 2 cents on it. So the question is simple, right? With the new idea that FRS is bringing in to make tax for those who are high income people, right, follow through, do you think it's a deal or no deal? Doc, what do you think?
Yeah, putting me on the spot. Deal.
Yes.
But with a but.
Okay. What is a but?
Yeah. So deal, because if you look at the initiative, it's laudable. It will help, and really a pilot started last year, right. November 2024, okay. And so this year the government went full scale, and the whole idea is to look at large enterprises, transactions 5 billion, especially people in the 5 billion and above bracket, organizations, to be able to make the tax administration digitally inclined, more efficient, so you can track from the source. So, and this will help improve revenue generation. Actually, it improves transparency, accountability, which are good, in the sense. Imagine if we have more money to spend, whether we are spending right on the right things, that's another debate. At least we have more money first to spend, and it's more transparent, more accountable. It's digital is efficient, so we've said that. So, and that's why, so if you look at that in that context, it should be nice, it should be good, we should all embrace it. But where the but comes in for me is that I think maybe the implementation period kind of shorts. It will also bring some costs burden, to businesses to be digitally compliant. They have to invest in certain digital infrastructure to be able to cope, and probably get some skilled people in their organization. Those comes with cost. My recommendation would be, yes, good. Probably it should have been tiered. Okay. We should have used a tiered approach. We could also provide support. Government can have a support system, especially for the small and medium enterprises or that deals with these large organizations, because they have to track. And even some of them, so I said the tiered process, provide support, maybe give some a bit more time and face the implementation. So
is it a deal or no deal?
It's a deal with a but.
And
I put my recommendations on the table as well.
So it's a deal. All right, so I've shook our guest hand, right? Dr. Funke says it's a deal. So I'll go with it. It's a deal. All right, before we go, because of time, we know you're working on something great. We know Leapward is doing great stuff. And yes, we also have the book coming through. In case you guys don't know, can I have this?
Oh, sure.
So the book says The Rookie Entrepreneur. Am I the rookie now? Because I'm learning business. I think I'm the rookie.
We're all rookies. All of us are growing.
Okay, so I'm going to keep up for myself. The Rookie Entrepreneur, right? Fantastic. So tell us more. Leapward, and what's going on with the book before we go?
Okay, so Leapward, my organization, is a business development support organization. We do research, we get involved in employability. Some of the programs I've said that we did it, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. And by the way, people should check LSCTF. They're doing something great. And I always say it everywhere I go. LSCTF, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Okay. And I think it's a model other states should also copy. Katsina is doing something like that too. So Katsina state government has some initiative. And I'm sure a lot of states, even my state, Ondo States, has a lot of things in the works. Anyway, let me put it out there as well. So, so we provide support for projects on employability, entrepreneurship development. We do research, we do training, we do HR support services. And we have a studio that we also concept ideas on, capacity building. So these are some of the things. People can check us out on our website and some of the projects we have done.
What's the website?
So the website is www.leapworldgroup.com. Or if you just go online and you put Leapworld Limited, you see our social. We are very social as well. So they can check our social media handles and all that. And on the book, The Rookie Entrepreneur.
Yes.
So you see, some years back,
because
10 years ago.
Because we're business TV now. What you know about,
So I had wanted to put my thoughts and my experiences over the years together, from my banking days to consulting experiences, running my own business, consulting for over 5,000 businesses, going into 10,000. And I just wanted to document and put my ideas, my thoughts, my experiences together. And that was what led to the creation of The Rookie Entrepreneur. So it talks about how do we start businesses. So simple steps from ideation to business sustainability, different processes, accounting system, admin system, financial system, HR system, and several systems that you need to have in place. And so I didn't want people to feel schooled. So I wanted something that will educate and entertain simultaneously. So I had to introduce fictional characters. Okay. So I made it relatable, something like you're reading a story, you're like watching. And at the end of each chapter, there are activities for readers to do. The key character was keeping a diary, which was the kind of the technical component. But it's so easy. It's an easy read, and you're learning as you're reading at the same time. And that was what I wanted to do. I don't want to tell you, just need to get a code from somebody that lost her job. Right. That wasn't me. My friend said, was it you during the financial global crisis? And it wasn't me, just a story. Okay. Just like you have to write around what you
all right, so this is my
and copy. I have to add. Yeah. So when I finished writing the book, I was ready to launch. Then COVID came. So I had to go back to add another chapter because disaster now needed to struck that business that was being it's an easy read and very interesting. So I just want to enjoy people. You can find at Latana, Rovin Heights, it's on Amazon, it's a UI bookstore, or you can just simply reach out to me. I'm happy to.
Okay.
So, and that's your copy.
All right, it's my copy. So, this is mine. So, and I love to read, so I'm going to go through.
You should.
Thank you so much. A lot has been said. And of course, industry focus, where we focus more on that makes your business run through. And we had a professional in the building, someone, like I did say, sees in the many ways. You had all her answers were key 5 questions, and of course, why they call her the genius when it comes to business consultants. But before we go, we do have our final segment, which is this. So just when it comes to business, some people, whether still alive or late, drop some words for us to know. So this one is retrospect on industry focus, most definitely. Mandela, that's Nelson Mandela, late Nelson Mandela, delivered the opening session in South Africa on the 12th of August. And he said to a lot of people who listened there, that look, for what it's worth, if Nigeria and Africa can get it right, business-wise and otherwise, that has to do with growing the GDP, the whole world will respect Africa. Can we check that out? Why? Industry focus it is. Thank you so much, our guest, Dr. Funke Medu, for gracing our wonderful set and coming to our studio. Hopefully, we'll call upon you again as we move ahead. We have more topics which we know you make great justice to. All right? So thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll take a break. See you next week, Tuesday. Don't go away. This is BDTV. Bye-bye for now.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.